I'd like to welcome everyone to our July 6th Commissioner meeting tonight. At this time, Commissioner McCoy is going to lead us in a prayer and Commissioner Williams with the pledge. Please stand.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we ask for guidance and wisdom and the leadership of this county, and give us wisdom, we pray. And we pray for those that are affected in the virus going around, and in your name we pray.
Please face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Any active or veterans in the room, active military or veterans? Please stand and be recognized. Thank you for your service. After July 4th weekend, makes you think about those things. And did you all hear more fireworks this year than I've heard ever before? Maybe that's a good sign. Maybe more patriotism or something like that's going on. Either that or they're just going stir
South
crazy.
Carolina sales tax got a little boost.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? Anyhow, I was glad to hear it. Okay, we're at the point to adopt the agenda. I know we've got two items that's going to be pulled. Correct, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. 8.1 and 8.2.
Okay.
I'd like to move to excuse Commissioner Pete Meyer and Commissioner Newton.
Good point. We have a motion and a second to excuse Commissioner Pete Meyer and Commissioner Newton. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Mr. McCoy and I were just talking about that. Okay, we're going to jump on now to the adoption of the agenda minus 8.2 and 8.3, correct?
8.1 and
8.1 and 8.2. Need a motion to that effect.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks. All right, we're going to move on to, under public information, quarterly report on the Pender County ABC system. Mr. Crawford. How are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you?
All right.
This is our quarterly report at the end of the quarter in March. Anyway, we got, our sales for the quarter ending March were $1,798,000, which was up $190,000 from the same quarter last year. Our cost of sales were $939,190, which again was up $104,000 from last year. The gross profit on sales was $447,996. That was up $24,231 from the same quarter last year. Our total expenses were $295,062. That was up $18,000 from last year. And our net income was a total of $152,986, and that was up $26,130 from last year. Our distributions for that quarter were for the general fund of Pender County that received $84,539. Mosquito control received $5,093.
appreciate the reports too.
Okay,
Thank you.
and if you have any questions anytime, call me.
All right,
I'll be glad to answer whatever I can.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next item, 5.2, review of seating sample for Pender County Courthouse. I've been waiting on this one.
I thought that was witness stand when they were holding court here or something for us.
Yeah. So this is for the improvement on the courthouse. This is a sample of the chair.
I'll start while, Doug is, setting that up. Mr. Van's on well-deserved vacation this week. The model that you have here, the seat, we had a meeting a couple weeks ago with the vendor out of Georgia that, Mr. Boney.
Why don't you introduce the ladies that are sitting there waiting?
Tessa and
Ashley.
Ashley with LS3P. Ashley has been involved, I think Tessa as well, with the color layout and all of the nice stuff that's well beyond my talents and abilities. But I think Ashley's responsible for the board. Isn't there two boards, Doug?
There's a second choice list.
Okay, this right here, what you have in front of you is the primary recommendation from LS3P for the finishings of the courtroom, carpeting, paneling, paint colors. What we're really gonna try to do in that building is treat it like a historic building in the sense of everything's painted a common thing. That we don't have custom colored offices, depending on who's in there, and then the next person who occupies the office wants it a different color. That's something that we've talked to Mr. Boney about, and I think we've had conversations with Ashley about it as well, and that's one of our priorities moving forward when that building is reoccupied.
As it should be, I mean, I think consistency.
The chair here is out of a vendor from Georgia who specializes in theater style seating, church style seating. There's a cutaway actually on the floor of the cushion, spring foam cushion. We had a presentation a couple weeks ago with the vendor with Charles and Ernie from LS3P, as well as the interior general contractor. Thomas had representatives there. Mr. Van was there as well. Very impressed by the product they have. It's a long-standing company who has a well-established track record of these type projects, institutional style seating in courtrooms, auditoriums, as well as churches. So I guess, Tessa, Ashley, is there anything you want to mention to the board about the color palette you have there? You want to go over, I guess, maybe starting top left with the carpeting and go over what areas those finishings will be in?
Hold on, ladies, we don't have sound in here. Hold on 1 second.
Did they get the,
Nor do the folks viewing at home, which is pretty much routine every day we have. That's getting over. He said we can do some test runs before we have these meetings. Excuse my friends. This is nuts.
while we're waiting, you can't see it from up here, there's a wooden panel on the other side. Actually, where you see the black plastic, it'll be wood. So, it was the color of that wood, I think, was still in question, and we're gonna get the samples in.
There could be some more samples.
So we've not seen those samples yet.
I don't believe so.
I mean, they're not here today.
Right.
To see. Okay. Because I came out one day last week, and we all met, and we're looking at these samples, and, the floor, are they where they can hear us now, we can hear them?
They can hear us.
Okay. Okay, before we go to them, do you want to talk to the board and the folks in the room, the people listening at home, why we're going this direction
They're
instead
not
of?
listening at home. They can't hear anything.
Well, this is part of the interior work, obviously. main courtroom. And there's flooring examples up there. A lot of the flooring in the courthouse, particularly downstairs, is damaged. Other portions of it that weren't damaged were basically end of life, so we're replacing that as part of the project. And
What I was really going towards, not, that's good information, but I was talking about also the reason why we're even considering a new chair versus reconditioning the old
right,
chairs.
it was cost prohibitive. Those chairs had some life on them, the seats that were in there, and we actually, if I'm not mistaken, actually bid for the existing seats to be refurbished, refinished, and it was cost prohibitive in the sense that it was actually going to be more to refurbish and reupholster those old seats than it would be to put new seating in the courtroom. By putting new seating in the courtroom, there was actually a net deduct to the contract. So,
That's the point I was trying to make. I wanted you to make there, one is that we're going with a new seat because it's actually, at the end of the day, it's cheaper. We're
correct.
trying to recondition the old seats.
Correct.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so are we, do they need to add anything at this point?
They're getting ready to call in on the conference line.
I mean, fabric. No, fabric.
I'm the last one to ask about the color scheme.
It's,
Tessa and Ashley, if you can call in on the conference number that I gave you.
so as long as it blends
We
with
can't hear
everything
you.
else.
We can see everything, we just can't hear you.
But these,
Is that the fabric hanging to the, about midway on the left-hand side, is that the color scheme for the seat? That's a different, something different.
So I believe this is the wood and the seat, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's carpet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then over to the right is the wood for the flooring, where there's not carpet.
right. So based on our original conversations about the finishings of the courthouse, we were bringing it to the board to get the board's basically blessing on how things are going to be finished, flooring, painted, and this will be the instructions given to the contractor. We wanted to get basically the board's sign off on it.
Yeah, we wanted to go ahead, because we're gonna get these seats in here before, we wanted to go ahead and take care of that today, so unless there's any, are you guys good with this?
Sometimes, I believe it lets people do what they do well, do often. And, I'm gonna defer to others on that. I don't have a preference. I mean, I really don't. I just want it to blend well, to represent what the old building is, and be functional.
Okay.
And like I said, I
They're
hate
on
that.
the line? Okay, just bring them on then, just,
Ashley, Tessa?
Yes, I called in, but it won't,
Well,
now my video is gone.
you're live, so anything that you would like to add, you were tested to what the store boards then provided to the board, they've got it right in front of them with the finishings, the carpet. Anything you want to add to it, they're pretty much in agreement and deferment to you and Mr. Boney on it, but anything else you'd like to add?
I was only gonna add anything if there were any questions, about any of the materials up there.
is the,
About where anything is going, about the engineered hardwood, if you had any questions on
I do have a question,
durability.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, on the left-hand side at the top on this one is a little piece of wood sample with a blue background that it's sitting on, is that the chair? Does that represent the chair as far as the color of the fabric and the wood
chair
look?
fabric and wood stain.
Okay. All right, you guys look good to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
to me,
Ashley, Ashley, does any part of this have to be reviewed in Raleigh by SHPO?
I'm sorry. I'm not aware.
Ashley or Tessa, any part of these finishings have to be reviewed and approved by SHPO?
This is Tessa, and I think I can answer that. I don't believe that there's anything more we have to do with SHPO
Great.
regarding this. Yeah. Sorry it took me a minute to call back in. I was having internet trouble too, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
We good?
I'm excited, I want to see him again.
Yeah, I'm ready for them to go in.
Sooner the better.
All right, can we get this moved out of the way?
Yes.
Mr. Attorney, we're at the point of public comment. Do we have sign-ups?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Matthew Boney.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Boney?
All right, how you all doing today?
All right. Good to have you.
Yes, sir, Senator, I'm glad to be here. What I have is somewhat basic there. I can, just have one copy, but I can pass around. But what it is, it's a tax bill that was overpaid back in February. And, I'm here on behalf of the taxpayer. And basically, we've been communicating with the tax office, saying, can we get a refund to the taxpayer, and it's just kind of ongoing. So, I'm just here to ask, if the commissioners could direct the tax collector to go on and issue a tax refund for this, taxpayer. And I have a copy of the bill,
So it just so happens our tax guy is here tonight. Could you step out in the hallway with this gentleman and take care of him? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate
Let us know how it works out for you.
it. Okay, thank you.
All right?
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
That was a good time.
Yeah.
Donald Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, how are you doing?
I'm well, and yourself?
All right. Good to see you.
Good to see y'all. The last meeting I was in, I asked 2 questions to the board, and the board assured me there'd be responses to the questions. And as yet, I haven't received a response. I'm just here to encourage you to absolutely write a response. Get on with it. I understand I have lawyers too, and I've got one that's been sitting for 2 months waiting to write a letter to the bank for me, and it's still not written, so I'm just asking your assistance to get that letter out. And we'll also suggest or ask that you review the response before he sends it out, so that you will know what I'm being told. Because you're the players here. He's an assistant to the players, but you guys are the players. You're the ones that have to respect. And the allegiance of the county, the good conservative Republicans, and I'm glad you're here.
You're absolutely right. We're going to get you that letter. We're going to take a look at it before it goes to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, and by the way, one more thing. Speaking of the fireworks on July 4th, I thought there were a lot of extra fireworks too. And what I found out was going on were the neighbors were familiarizing themselves and zeroing the new weapon.
I guess that's a good time to do it.
Yeah. All right. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Everyone's had a chance to take a look at it. Now I will bring a couple of things to your attention. It's a long consent agenda, but it's a lot of housekeeping on here. We have it every year at the same time. But item 7.9 is waste industry, well, what used to be waste industries, $5,407,000. And then item 7.27, which is for some foster care payments that exceed $1 million. Now, I think we're probably all going to agree with these, but I did notice since they were big ticket items, if you want to pull them and discuss it, or are you good with going ahead and letting it float with the consent agenda?
I'll just say for the record, generally the bigger the ticket item, the more we've already hashed it out in advance, but I'll go along with whatever board, but I'm fine with the consent agenda.
Okay, then we'll leave the consent agenda intact and entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks. All right. Could all get that easy. the solid waste ordinance to modify, wait a minute, we're pulling those two, aren't we? 8.1 and 8.2. I did not mark them out of my book. Okay. Ms. Blue, I knew you were standing up for a reason. Come on up. Approval of budget amendment to NC Pro coronavirus relief funds.
Yes, okay. So this agenda item was originally generated during the first allocation of the coronavirus relief funds from the North Carolina Pandemic Relief Office, NC Pro. They had originally awarded us $1,276,007. That is based on, and I've included their PowerPoint here for some brief discussion points. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer what I can of them. But they basically based that methodology off of $250,000 minimum plus the remainder was allocated based off of population, which is another reason for, I do believe it's based off of the census data information. Since then, they have actually allocated a second round of this funding in the same amount, but that portion of the funding stipulated that 25% go to municipalities within the county from the county.
So is that 25% of the total or 25% of the second allocation?
It's 25% of the total.
Okay. I got you.
And what I've got, what was originally included was just the first allocation as far as the budget amendment. But I have given Melissa, and I believe she has backed out, the revised one that will just include the total of the two and then the 25%.
We just need to change the manager's name on there, that's all.
Yeah, we're working on the form. Yeah, we're working on the form.
No, this is.
I don't actually know who originally created that form.
Okay.
But,
All right.
so that would be, the total is $2,499,872, of which $624,968 is to be divided up among the municipalities. And I believe they're still in conversation about how that happens and all the details. This is just a budget to receive the money and spend it out.
Who is they determining, because?
For the
Is
most
that
part,
gonna be based on population also?
well, for the most part, I do believe it kind of is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you've done a lot of research on it, Mr. Attorney, but I do believe it is, for the most part, up to the county as to how that happens. I just know that we are completely responsible for receiving the money and dispersing it, and we're responsible for how it is spent, regardless of who is spending it.
Kind of like sales tax, the way our sales tax is distributed. If it was distributed on ad valorem, then certain municipalities would get a huge advantage. But if it was done based on population, then maybe some others, like Topsail Beach is like 300 and some year round and about, 10 or 12,000 right now, so I guess it's not a cut and dry way to distribute stuff.
The statutory designation says 25%, simply says the county shall allocate the 25% to the municipality. So it will be up to the board, and that's something that we're gonna be discussing with the board on what options we can present to you and the way in which we would propose.
So that's not been, answer my question, hasn't been predetermined?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. We just know how much we gotta allocate.
And that's 25% of CFR 1 and 2, or just 25% of CFR 2?
1 and 2.
Combined.
Right, yeah, they amended, right, so that's basically, and Meg, because I had talked to Chad on the way over here, we need to be sure you understood that if what was in the book was the first allocation, and the amount of the allocation to the county was doubled, but the amount of money we have available as the county to spend directly on county items only went up by 50%, because 25% of twice as much has to be allocated to the towns.
We got it.
So, yeah,
All right.
but Meg took care of that with the amendment she passed out.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add, or anybody have any questions?
I don't have anything else to add currently.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. All right, you still up to bat on the next item? Approval of
am.
for FEMA revenues and remaining Florence items.
So this is the remainder of the debris invoices and interlocal agreements and funding from FEMA from Florence. And if you look in the attached, it has their news release of the approval of $8.3 million, and the budget amendment shows the remainder of that going to pay what's left to pay, and then the additional going back into fund balance, which is where it would come from.
So, I don't wanna open up a can of worms here, guys, but I do know there was some concerns with the hauling. Has that been worked out?
Yes.
I mean, I wasn't involved with that, so I don't know. But in terms of the towns,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
That's good.
They have all taken care of their own debris contracting.
Yeah, okay, because there was a couple, what I hate, when the big guys get in arguments, is sometimes the little guys get caught in the meat grinder and don't get paid. And I know a couple of them, so we're gonna get these, get the little guys paid that are still waiting on money. And I say little guys, it's significant money to them.
The towns have paid us,
Not yet,
have they been invoiced?
yes.
Okay, as soon as they pay us, we will pay the contractor on their behalf.
Within 3 business days is what we were told, or what we told.
And then they will pay particularly the local contractors that have been waiting on their money for some period of time.
Well,
I'm not
I appreciate
aware
if
of
y'all,
that part, but yes.
we won't hash it out here, but please just send me a side email so I can let the one gentleman that contacted me know
Sure.
what to expect. Thank you.
So we get 75% immediately, right, from federal?
Immediately might be a little,
I know, the
a
state's
little
gonna be
ambitious,
like-
but the 75% will come.
Yeah.
Mr. McCoy, I like that.
The 75% will come first because that's the federal portion. They'll give it directly to the state and they'll give it directly to us. The state will hold on to their 25% until we basically do the entire approval project process over again. I do think that that should probably go faster now that, people are doing everything electronically because of coronavirus. So, maybe there's a little bit of silver lining there, but, as of right now, we've not received any of the $8 million.
So maybe we can make a 2-year anniversary, receive it by the 2-year anniversary,
Maybe.
by September?
I'm gonna do my best. This was a lot of work that went into getting all of this documentation approved, which is why it has taken so long.
So the state's part will probably be the end of the year then, won't it? Probably.
It'll be later.
I don't know why the feds just can't pay the counties to skip the state. It's so frustrating.
You all have any more questions, or you ready for a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman, before I start getting down a rabbit hole we don't wanna go down.
I know.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. All right, one more item for you, I guess.
Yes, I do have one more. This is the audit contract for fiscal year 2020. And this is a 1-year extension with the existing firm that we have been using, mostly because of the timing and the very slim likelihood of getting a decent auditor at this time of year. But they have provided their engagement letter and their contract. The fee is about 3% higher. Typically, it's 5% higher, but they're only going up 3% because of, my understanding is because of coronavirus. They're trying to be understanding.
I, for one, appreciated the way it was presented by these folks. You know, an audit process is, a lot of times it's about expectations to understand different firms sometimes want things presented differently, or you get used to. That's not saying you don't go out and shop, nobody should fall into that trap, but I for one, like the way they presented it to us and explained it to me.
So, I'm gonna put her on the spot.
Sure.
How, how are things with you in this firm? Are they, I mean, I get the impression things are better now that you're getting your arms around some of this stuff. I mean, it's not their fault.
No,
I guess at the end of the day, it's not exactly our fault, but
Right.
considering the circumstances, but are the relationships getting better?
Yes, they've been very understanding, and they've been very understanding of what we're dealing with all of the Hurricane Florence and dealing with FEMA and all of that stuff, and how things kind of got pushed back the previous year, which is kind of a domino effect, but we're gonna try to cut that off
So,
as best we can this year, so we don't have that
and
issue.
the other thing that throws a wrench in the works for us is the Medicaid aspect of it. We've never had to deal with that before with past audit firms. So this is new for all of us.
It's new for everyone, actually, because of the way the state auditor keeps requiring it to be presented differently.
Moving the goalposts.
Well, yes, I guess if you want to put it that way, but,
The state wouldn't do anything like that.
well, she's trying to make sure, the state auditor is trying to make sure that she has a good handle on exactly what's going on everywhere, and she can only do that if she tells them what to do. And so they really don't have much of a choice but to do what she says, because their report, they're responsible to her for our audit report, so.
That's basically what I meant. Yeah. You threw a little sarcasm in there. That's all, because it needed to be put in there. So we don't want to beat up these guys or our staff because we're all having to deal with this stuff now. So I'm okay with going ahead with this.
Okay. I make a motion, we go ahead, 8.5, approve it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
You're on the ball, you are.
She's got her hands full. Next item is the sheriff. Approval of a purchase order to SHI for Microsoft Enterprise Licensing Enrollment. Hello, Sheriff, how you doing?
Good afternoon, how's everybody?
All right.
Good. Basically, what this is a Microsoft licensing renewal item here. And I wish I could tell you all about it, but it's a IT item. So I've asked.
You brought the big
well, I
gun
didn't
with
ask
you,
them,
huh?
but they're here to kind of tell you a little more about it, a lot more about it, I hope. What they did tell me, they was gonna save the county $3,500, so I did want to report that to you.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah.
You shared the good stuff with us.
Yeah,
Stole
yes,
the
sir.
stole the headline.
So anyway, I'll let them speak.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Earl, how you doing?
Doing well, how about you, sir?
I'm doing good.
So yes, sir, like the sheriff was saying, this is basically bringing the sheriff's office under the county's current EA agreement. It will save about $3,500 doing this. The agreement that we're currently in expires, and Microsoft, they lock you in for 3 years, and then after that, you have to go out and renew, and they change your prices. So with this, we're actually bringing the sheriff's office under our current EA, which will add a lot of benefits to the sheriff's office as well.
Okay. That's a good way to explain it.
Yes, sir, hopefully.
Any other questions?
This has been budgeted to RC, so.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Got anything you want to add?
There will be, just setting it up because, just in case, since this is a 3-year agreement, this is a 3-year term, the second year will come up in April, which was also budgeted for again, so you'll see us back right before April when the counties, it'll basically put this, part of the agreement, or this enrollment aligned with the county's EA agreement, so they'll all come to term at the same time, so you'll see us again in April when we come to.
Which will be a year away from the end of it?
It'll be a year, it'll be this current fiscal year, it'll just be,
Have a year left on it?
yes, sir.
When you
it'll
come
have a
to
year
us
after
with
that.
it, there'll still be a year left on
Yes,
it,
sir.
right?
The
Okay.
year 2 payment will be in
Put
April.
everything under the same time and move forward.
Correct, yes, sir.
Makes it
All right.
clean.
Sounds good. We're ready for a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Sheriff. Okay, Ms. Long, the next item is consideration of the sale of surplus property. Actually, the next two. I was looking at those, parcels. The tax value looked awfully low to me.
One
for
of
those
them
parcels?
one of them is landlocked.
I,
and so
I
think
saw that one, but it's the other one that had the road frontage that
yeah.
I was expecting to be worth more than the $3,000.
And when I looked at it, it looked like it had some wetlands on the property. I'm not as familiar with the wetland maps.
So someone must have filed an appeal or something and got it lowered,
Possibly,
because
but
it's hard to believe a little over an acre would only
We've
bring $3,000.
owned both of them for some time though, so I'm not really sure. I don't know, Mr. Pound's outside, but he may be able to speak better to the tax value than I can.
Would you like me to get him, Mr. Chairman?
It looks like they're still going at it. Well, no, they're about to
they're
finish
bumping
up, it looks
elbows,
like, yeah. Got an elbow shake going on there, so it must be good.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's too low. That road frontage property, I know the tax rate, but I think it's entirely too low.
Justin, are you aware of these two items here on the surplus properties that we're talking about?
I saw them
tonight?
on the agenda, I didn't dig into them too much.
Okay, it just looked like the one of them, especially with the road frontage, the price, the tax value was awfully low on
It's
it.
on Highway 53, yeah.
So I didn't know if you had looked at that or not.
I did not, no, I didn't look at I saw two of them on the agenda, I didn't dig on them, and I don't know if the valuation could be due to, yeah.
The one they're discussing is 8.8.
We don't really see any information that goes along with it, other than maybe some boundaries, and doesn't really talk about wetland or anything like
Right,
that.
right.
Just before we sell it for that, the other one I get, because it is landlocked, that owner, yeah,
And
that
the
owner.
gentleman making that offer owns the parcel on the.
And he's
riverfront.
making an offer for the tax value on it.
Correct.
So, we'd rather be receiving tax, they're not gonna, it's gonna be hard time selling that one, he would probably be the only one interested in it, so.
Right.
I'm good with that one.
And you said 8.2 or 8.3?
8.8.
8.8.
I'll make the motion for 8.7 and knock that out.
Okay.
We're looking at 8.8 now is the one you're talking about.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'll make a motion 8.7.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 8.7.
Okay.
Are you okay with that one, the one that's landlocked?
Is
That's the one
8.7?
landlord. Yeah, I'll go along with that, 8.7, yeah.
Yes, that is 8.7.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all those in favor, vote is unanimous.
But 8.8's where the gray area is, so to
Right.
speak.
I think it's way low, yeah.
So Justin, if you can't tell anything from that, would it be possible that you could do a little research on that one, get back with us, and we could put this item on the next agenda?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think,
I'm
Johnson
not
Road
saying
and-
we will not sell it to this gentleman, but something just did not look right about the value on that
No,
property.
it doesn't.
And I've had some phone calls here recently on this property. This is one that was tabled, I believe, the beginning of June. So this gentleman is still interested in the property.
Okay, let's,
I can table and get you some more information.
if you don't
want.
mind doing that, we'll
Pull a
table this
neighborhood comp
item
for it.
if it's okay with the
We put the
commissioners.
wrong one?
We,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
8.7 is the property on 53 with road frontage.
Yeah.
8.8 is the landlocked track on Highway 11.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's
Oh,
no
you're
road
right,
frontage
you're
on
right.
8.8.
Oh, so,
Well, we need to,
we
back
need,
that up.
so we need to rescind that last vote.
Yes, sir.
So could we get a motion to rescind
Motion to
on item
rescind.
8.7?
Rescind
I'll make a motion.
8.7.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Sorry about that, guys. I
I
thought
just
that
noticed
I
it's
had them in
a little bit.
reverse.
It's okay.
Just want to clear that up.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So item 8.8
So
is the
moved.
one that's landlocked.
Move
Okay,
approval.
so we've got a motion to approve 8.8. Do we have a second?
Okay.
That's the one that's
Making sure
landlocked.
right here.
Mhm.
That's the one that's landlocked?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was looking at a map, but I thought I was
Yeah,
looking
I'll
at
go
the
on
other.
that.
I had the wrong
Okay.
map up.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. The gentleman gets that for the tax value. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're gonna bring
I'll
us
dig on
back
it.
some information. We'll table this 8.8. We'll table that one to the next meeting.
And that's not wetland, is it, or anything?
8.7.
Dry land, yeah.
Yeah.
We can look at that as
Yeah,
well.
we want a little better
Yeah.
assessment of it than, it's just hard to believe that over an acre of land is only worth that amount of
Yeah, I
money.
agree with you 100%.
Yeah, we'll do, again, I'll give you we'll issue a, neighborhood analysis
All
on
right.
it, and we'll let you look at it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I guess we need to pull that item and put it on the
Yes,
next
sir.
agenda.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now we're at the time of appointments. Approval of, the first one is the approval of appointment to the Pender County Advisory Board of Health. Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each one of these is a reappointment for the Advisory Board of Health, for Kimberly Collins, Jan Dawson, and Pam Baker. All of their applications were attached in your packet. All three have served 2 terms on the Advisory Board of Health.
I know each and every one of those folks, and they're good people, and they're an asset to our board, are they not, Ms. Moser? Okay, so with that being said, can we go ahead and, you wanna go ahead and approve that?
Motion approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 9.1. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. All right, Ms. Long, we got another one, don't we? Tourism Development Authority.
Yes, sir, we do. This is also a reappointment. Joseph Sina has served 1 term on the TDA and is applying for reappointment. His application is in your packet. This is for an at-large position, and if I'm not mistaken, he is currently the chair of this board.
Okay, Commissioner Pietmeyer serves on that board, so we have someone just as important sitting out there, don't we? So you're good with this appointment? Okay.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Cena.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks. All right, we're moving on to the approval of an appointment to the Pender EMS and Fire Board. Ms. Long.
Yes, sir, thank you. Just some more reappointments for you. Both of these individuals, Patricia Fields and Bryant Shepherd, have served 3 terms on the Pender EMS and Fire Board, but are allotted
They
10
only have
years,
one
so
more
they can
year.
serve 1 more. So
Right.
both of these, if approved, will only be for 1 year.
And I already talked to Chief Sullivan today, and he's good with that.
They're
so-
both very good board members.
Mhm. Which you're on that board,
Yeah, I'm
aren't you?
on that
So
board.
you want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion for both of them.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, folks. Okay, now this next item I'm a little unsure of because we're missing 2 folks here tonight. It's the appointment of a voting delegate for the 2020 NCACC Annual Conference.
That's gonna be online, isn't it, or
Virtual, yes, sir. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Do we have time, when is the date on that?
It's due on Monday, August 3rd by 5 p.m. So it just misses, you all will meet again on August 3rd, but we will still be meeting before their deadline to have this back.
What time is their deadline?
5 o'clock on the 3rd.
I tell you what, let's have it as the first item on the agenda.
Okay.
And
And I-
then someone can send it in to them, take a few minutes to send it in.
Sure, I can email them during the meeting and we can get them the official.
Because I'd like to
feedback.
give the other 2 commissioners the
That's a good
opportunity,
idea.
and we'll talk to the other commissioners in the
Okay.
meantime. Maybe that's the best form of housekeeping for that. You guys good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We also have approval appointments to the Pender Memorial Hospital Board, item 9.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the last one that I've got for you all this evening. Both of these are reappointments. Tamara Savage has served 1 term on this board and represents District 4. If approved, this will be a 3-year term. Bernadette Silavanch has served 3 terms on this board and is seeking reappointment. She is eligible to serve 1 more year, like with the previous board, and if approved, it will just be that 1 year
Okay,
term.
I only know Ms. Silavanch,
I know
but
both of them.
but you know them both, you're on that board, so I'm gonna take your direction on that.
Absolutely, make that approval for both of them.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks. All right. That took care of all of them, right, Ms. Long?
Yes, sir.
We're now at item 10, Pender County Board of Health. Do we need to open up as the Board of Health? We are now sitting as the Pender County Board of Health.
I have a COVID update. I'll give that to you in just a minute. One of the things that has come up and just wanted to make the board aware of is that the town of Surf City and our dear friend Kyle Brewer has approached me about our mosquito control taking over their program. We already spray all the way to the bridge anyway. And I know that Kyle had spoken to Chad, and then Chad told him to talk to me. I've talked with my staff, and they have gone over and met with Kyle, and it doesn't sound like it's gonna add a whole lot of additional work. Their budget is $5,000 for mosquito control, but they are willing to just give that to us in turn. Their mosquito sprayer is supposed to be renewing the licensure for a pesticide application, and is getting on in years spent in Surf City. So I talked to Mr. Brown, and he said to bring it to the board and make sure everything was okay. We need to go ahead and get started pretty soon, and we already do the dredge spoils islands. I did mention to Kyle about maybe having some kind of an MOU, but otherwise,
Is this a temporary or permanent arrangement for them right now? How do they see this?
ideally, Kyle asked for a 2 to 3 year agreement.
You know, I want to work with them on that, but, you know, as they're getting more and more and more neighborhoods on the mainland side, then the demand, and there's gonna be, you know, potentially thousands of more people calling. I mean, you know, you look at what's going in, you know, at the intersection of 210 and 50 there, that whole swath there, what's going in there and other areas. So
We've already been spraying there.
So I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was not aware. I thought we stopped back at the town limits, but we go to the bridge.
What do we do with other towns?
No, I mean, but no, it's not this neighborhood, it's built. There'll be more and more homes calling, so that's more and more mileage than this $5,000 is probably going to cover. So, you know.
We can make it for 1 year and see how it goes.
So is there any way to calculate how many, what that $5,000 could actually pay for and limit that amount of exposure?
We could have their pesticides, which some of them we will want. The others are oil-based, and we try to stay away from that. We want water-based pesticides, and I think that would just be a real smart move in that regard.
Disposal is their issue then, right? That's all,
Yeah. And so I think that, you know, we're talking about one time every week to 10 days, depending on the weather, and we go from May to October, so we're talking about 12 or 14 weeks, and the salary for a sprayer is not real huge, so I don't think that we would be sacrificing a whole lot. We do have one vacancy with mosquito control, and we've yet to fill that one, so.
So you don't see this as adding a lot of extra time to the?
After talking with my staff, they did not feel like it would be a burden, and working with Kyle, they've been quite agreeable to do whatever we ask.
So could we enter into maybe just maybe a year or 2 years rather than something longer?
I'd
To
like
just
to
see how it goes for the year or whatever?
I
for
would
the
prefer
season?
just a year for right now and see how it
I
goes.
mean, I'd like, you know, because we may come back and say
Mhm.
5,500 or 6,000 or 6,500, but, you know, they're not
Right,
having to be responsible for the equipment and things like that, so, I mean, it could be,
Yeah, I'm not trying to wiggle out of help
Yeah,
on them,
no,
I
I
just,
want
but
to
at
help
the same
too.
time, I wanna cover our
yeah.
butts too on
Just
this.
like for inspections and things like we did for the other towns before, whatever.
Virgo has their own program, and I think that's the only other county city program, city program in the county. No one else is doing that. I don't think Topsail Beach is even sprays.
So,
You have so much wind, but at night, I think they may be nuisance mosquitoes, I don't know.
So we'll just have an MOU for 1 year,
Mhm.
see how that goes.
They
Okay.
might ask for the same.
Right,
Just get the attorney, take a look at it,
I will.
and get it, we'll make sure he's got his blessing on it, and then we'll go from there. Sounds good, though. You guys okay as long as the attorney's
We are, and,
good with it?
you know, an expectation is certainly that they will do some community education and minimize the, standing water and limit any kind of mosquito growth. So it's a good way, you know, for them to also promote and educate, without requiring my staff to have to do it, so.
Want to help them as much as we can.
So we have very few people that go to the hospital with the virus, right? Most people stay at home and they get over 4 or 5 days.
Are you talking about COVID now?
Yeah,
We currently have 4 individuals in the hospital. And I had mentioned, I think there was an article in the Star News this weekend where I'd mentioned that we had a 90-year-old who had been in the hospital, and he survived the virus and is doing quite well. So, you know, if that's not a high-risk condition, I don't know what it is, but the 2 deaths that we have had have been related to other comorbidities. We are at 292, that is of today. I can assure you that we will be over 300 tomorrow. 68% of our cases have recovered. I've provided a breakdown, nothing's really changed. 26% of the cases are in Hampstead, 24% Burgaw, 19% Rocky Point, and 11% Willard and Watha. Those are the primary areas. 55% of our cases are white, 20% black, and 24% Latino. Still, the most positive cases are in individuals between 25 and 64 years of age that are out and about a lot. Coming in close behind that pretty soon is going to be the 0 to 17-year population, because that has really picked up. I think a lot of that can be attributed to households, complete households that are getting the virus, which, if you think about it, it can probably be pretty difficult when you have children and you're trying to isolate for 14 days and try and keep everybody healthy. I'm sure that's a challenge. Surrounding counties, the case count for that, you can see, is very high and continues to grow. I don't know if you want me to.
No, I want to ask you something about that, because our numbers went up substantially, just like other numbers in the region. We're also testing a lot more.
We are.
A lot more. So are they also testing a lot more, or are they just, do you know?
Their community is testing a lot more, maybe not necessarily their health departments. Our health department is testing, I mean, last week we had 70 in one day. So we're testing anywhere from 45 to 50 people a day that come to our tent that's set outside. We don't let them in the building, and test them from there. So,
Can, for a little bit of clarity's sake, somebody's got it, you get exposed. How, and I've been told this, but how long, if you, the next day, you know, oh, somebody in our house had COVID, how long does it sit before you should bother getting tested? Because I know you just can't like be around somebody one day and then the
if
next
you've
day
been
they're-
exposed, we have been telling individuals to wait about a week to 10
Yeah.
days before you're tested, and to self-monitor. If you develop symptoms, then of course, come on in for a test. But otherwise, you should quarantine, wait until 7 or 10 days out and let us test. The worst thing right now is that the labs are so far behind in testing. And a lot of that is because the state has been testing all the inmates, of which there's thousands of them, and that is taking up the lab's time. And I've said, you know, those individuals are in a confined area, much less those of us that are having to deal with individuals in the community. It's been tough on counties to try and get results, so we may go 7 days before we can get a test result, whereas it used to be 2 days. They're also going to be testing everyone in nursing homes, although we have been quite fortunate not to have any any cases in nursing homes so far. But, you know, I don't know if you want me to mention some of these higher counties. New Hanover's got 1,138 cases, Sampson 1,112, Duplin 1,579. It's all around us.
Yeah, but
And-
those numbers have increased substantially, even compared to ours. Some of these have really gone up.
Oh, I've seen especially New Hanover end up with 30 to 50 new cases overnight. Now, Friday, we had 18 new cases. So that certainly keeps my staff very, very busy. 5 or 6 nurses are working on weekends trying to deal with calls. And even if, you know, we get results back that are negative, they're still calling them on weekends and after hours because everybody's anxious to get their results.
So are you privy to any of the information as far as their hospitalizations are concerned with those kind of numbers? Like New Hanover or Duplin?
I understand that New Hanover Health Department is posting some hospitalization information. New Hanover Regional is posting numbers for a 7-county region.
Okay.
So it's not going to be county specific.
But right now, we only have 4.
Yes,
Hospital.
right. And then, of course, right now, our rate of positive test is 8%. The state's at 9%. And I know that Dr. Cohen has wanted the rate to be 5% or less. So,
You don't always get what you want, at least for now.
no, it's also still too early, even though it's been a week into the governor's executive order, it's still too early, I think, to see the results of that and whether or not our numbers come down. I know that looking at the people that drove through for testing today, they were quite busy, but it also was post-holiday maybe, or families or whatever. But anytime you all want information, feel free to get up with me, and I'll do my best to try and get anything you might need for just even
Yeah, I've
for
already
your
been
interest.
using you. I've already been to a couple of events, and people they want to hear this information.
Well, and they're starting to get out more information as far as the number of actual tests for Pender County residents, which we haven't been able to get a good handle on that because of outside providers, and they're finally starting to release some of that data. So just try to keep you up to date as much as I
They can
can.
change your percentages.
Yes, for better or for worse.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, by the way, I want to thank you and your staff over there. I know they're working hard. They're putting in some long hours. They're exposed to a certain extent. Everyone's coming in there to get tested, and that in itself, yes. So tell them how much we appreciate it, and the board thanks them. Okay? All right, the next item is social services. Do we need to open as a social services board? Okay, that sounds good to me. All right, items from the county attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Have some items for closed session.
Yeah, well, hold on just a second. We're gonna come out as the Health Board and open as the Board of Commissioners. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Number 3, attorney-client privilege. Number 4, economic development. And number 5, acquisition of real property.
Okay.
Potential acquisition.
Is that all you've got?
The Supreme Court goes into July for one of its rare times that happens. And they did, and I've let our staff know, there was an exception. Congress had made an exception a few years ago to allow government to make robocalls to collect governmental debt. And the Supreme Court, in order, and what I think is a decision that we will all appreciate as people, said that we can't allow government to do that and then not allow every politician and political group that's out there to call you as many times as they want on a robocall. And so they said, well, we're going to strike the government's ability to do that, so we don't open up you to getting all the calls you're going to get for that. So I think that, again, I have not read the opinion.
I'm good with that.
But I was good, I endorse it entirely, the idea that it doesn't open us up to, so there still is a robocall ban, and I don't know that the county was doing that anyway. I've tried to let our folks know that, and I don't think we were really doing it, but if we were, we won't anymore, so.
They're overloading your emails though.
Oh.
Good Lord.
Well, and, one party in the Senate has already committed $21 million to the North Carolina Senate race for TV ad buys. So I suspect you're not gonna see a whole lot of anything else.
I think they call it Netflix. Alternatives.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's all I have.
Is that all you have?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Manager, you got anything?
Nothing for open session, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Assistant Manager?
Closed session, sir.
All right. Anything, Commissioner McCoy?
I'm good.
You got anything?
We have got to get our stuff, and I'm cleaning it up, together when it comes to our presentations. This is embarrassing. I mean, we have got to get our stuff together. When these meetings start, it needs, somebody needs to be somewhere remotely testing this stuff 30 minutes before somebody walks in here and have it together. I mean, this is just,
Well,
I'm sorry that I dropped a little explicit. Of course, only people in this room heard it because the volume wasn't working anywhere else. I guess I should be thankful for that. But, come on. We're not trying to launch a space shuttle here. You know, I'm on these things all the time. And I know to start early. I know not to wait till 1 minute before something starts to try to get on it and make sure it works. So that's just embarrassing. Aside from that, I don't want to add anything else right now.
okay. I agree with, by the way, it gets annoying. It really does, because this is repetitive. Tomorrow, schools are having a planning meeting, correct? And I had asked Ms. Long to remind me of this, and thank you, by the way, for reminding me about this. If any of you would like to go, they've asked, I guess, for myself to be there. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning. There's no way I'm gonna make that. If one of you all would like to go to that, it's a planning meeting for the schools. And it's gonna be at the EMS station?
EOC.
School year, school year.
EOC, I'm talking.
I saw the
Yeah.
virtual thing for that.
Yeah, so it's something, if you wanna attend, you're welcome to attend.
What time is it?
It's 9 to 11. And it's at the EOC,
Yes, sir.
right here in Burgard, the EOC. I just don't think I'm gonna be able to get away for it. Ordinarily, I try to go to this stuff, but that's 9 o'clock in the morning stuff. And that's really all I've got. So we'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session for item number 3, attorney-client privilege, item number 4, economic development, item number 5, potential property acquisition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into closed session for those reasons given. All those in favor? The vote is unanimous. We are now in closed session. Folks, thank you for being, I can't. Session. I'd like to welcome everyone to our 7 p.m. public hearing. And I guess we're going to jump right on in.
Sounds good to me.
Travis, take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good evening. 4 cases on the agenda tonight, so lots to do, so I'm just going to jump right in. First case on the agenda for tonight, Kevin Reese, applicant on behalf of 2479 NC Highway 210 West LLC, requesting the approval of a zoning map amendment for one tract totaling approximately 0.48 acres from the RP Residential Performance Zoning District to the GB General Business Zoning District. Subject property is located in the Topsail Township at the intersection of Stagg Drive and Antler Drive, which is just off of 17, as you see here. And may be further identified by the pin in your packet. The request was found to be consistent with one goal and one policy in the Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan while conflicting with none. The request is consistent with the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, and therefore the administrator respectfully recommends approval of the rezoning request as detailed in your report. At the June 2nd meeting of the Pender County Planning Board, they also recommended approval as submitted. Subject parcel, again, totals 0.48 acres and has direct frontage on Stagg and Antler drives. They both are private roads. The applicant has stated that he is unfamiliar with any formal maintenance agreements, though he has observed occurrence of periodic maintenance. Utilities service is provided via Pender County Utilities that is available generally in this area. Any final zoning approvals are contingent upon review and approval by all appropriate local and state agencies based on future uses. There are no special flood hazard areas located on the subject parcel. Let's see. Preliminary data from the Division of Coastal Management did identify the potential existence of wetlands. These are just preliminary planning tools and no jurisdictional determination has been made. At the point of a development submittal, review for potential wetlands impacts would be required. Public notice was provided in accordance with the Pender County UDO and state statute, and all property owners within 500 feet. Other proposal were given written notice of the request both for the hearing at the planning board and also for this meeting. The existing zoning in the area, the subject parcel is residential performance, as you'll see here. Is surrounded from 17, on the 17 side, by parcels already in the GB General Business District, while parcels moving away from 17 are in the RP Residential Performance Zoning District. The green you see is environmental conservation. Those are pieces of Holly Shelter Game Land. And the gray you see on the map is land within the incorporated limits of the town of Surf City. We did reach out to old friend Kyle Brewer to make sure that Surf City didn't have any issues with the rezoning, and most of this land that you see incorporated along 17 is already in one of their commercial districts as well. Existing land use, the subject property is currently vacant. On the aerials, you will see one manufactured home there. These aerials are approximately 4 years old at this point. There are single-family residential units to the north, east, and south, as well as limited commercial activity to the east and south as well.
Could you take me back to the other map?
There's a boat repair place right in
Yeah.
front of it, right? Between this property and the road's a
I
boat
do
repair
believe so.
place.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the red is residential performance?
Red is general business.
General business, and where's the RP in the area?
RP is the kind of sandy yellow color.
Okay, so they're bordered by both.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan designates subject properties neighborhood mixed use. That's the light purple color you see right here. These areas allow for a transition between more intense commercial development to lower density residential neighborhoods. Appropriate uses include neighborhood scale retail, restaurant, and office establishments, along with other institutional uses. The proposed rezoning to the GB General Business Zoning District is consistent with this future land use classification due to its allowance of additional commercial services that could be utilized by surrounding residents. According to the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, rezoning shall be evaluated under utilities, traffic and roadways, and schools. Again, as I mentioned, public water is available. However, there is no organized sewer service available in this area that we know of. traffic and roadways. Subject property has direct frontage on Stag Drive and Antler Drive, which are both private. However, access to 17 could theoretically be granted. All 4 of these parcels, this kind of quadrant shape, they are all owned by the same individual, which is the applicant.
So they would have to access by Stag Drive?
That is up for DOT to determine at the point of development submittal. It's likely, based on past experience along the 17 corridor, especially on this piece of the 17 corridor, which is arguably more high speed than the part in downtown Hampstead, if you will, that DOT would like to limit curb cuts on 17 to the extent possible.
The property in front of it already got access.
Right.
Yeah, well,
So
I just assumed they would have to access by Stag Drive.
more than likely,
This one would,
that'd
yeah,
be the case.
absolutely. Unless you combine them one day for the ends all parcels, you may want to do that.
Right.
That's all residential on Stag Road behind that?
Yes, it is. Again, traffic on US Highway 17 is listed in your packet at a ratio of about 68% of full capacity. There is no development proposal and therefore no direct impact to the roadway system can be forecasted at this time. Same for schools, however, a rezoning out of a residential district and into a commercial district would likely not result in any measurable impact to Pender County schools. And again, the proposal is consistent with the neighborhood mixed-use future land use classification within the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan. Therefore, staff, as well as the planning board, respectfully recommend approval of the request. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Okay. How many signups do we have for that, Mr. Attorney?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so there's no one here in the audience to speak to that, huh? Other than the applicant is here?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Do, any commissioners have any questions for, staff?
Yes, sir.
Did the applicant wish to speak?
I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll close the public hearing, entertain a motion.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to the next one.
All right. Moving right along, case number 2, Hoover Road Investments LLC, applicant and owner, is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment for all or a portion of 2 tracts totaling approximately 6.469 acres from the RP Residential Performance Zoning District and the RMCD2 Residential Mixed Conditional Zoning District 2 to the RA Rural Agriculture Zoning District. The request, or the subject property is located in the Topsail Township at the terminus of Thrush Trail, excuse me. Thrush Trail is a relatively new, very recently recorded roadway within the Sparrows Bend neighborhood. That's that neighborhood that's in the residential mixed conditional district that this board saw multiple times back a few years ago. And maybe I further identified by the pins located in your packet. The request is consistent with one goal and 2 policies in the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan. While it does conflict with one policy, the request is consistent with the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance. Therefore, the administrator respectfully recommends approval of the rezoning request as described in this report. At the June 2nd Pender County Planning Board meeting, the Planning Board also recommended approval of the request as submitted.
So explain to me what the conflict would be, what it does conflict with.
The conflict is, and I don't actually, let's see. The conflict is actually, if I move forward to the future land use map, the conflict is actually because this dark purple area is what's called regional mixed use. That's intended for the most dense and high intensity uses allowable under the, allowable in Pender County. The brown is medium density residential, which is also a fairly dense and intense future land use classification that allows for primarily single-family residential development, but also potentially commercial development as well.
So can I ask you what the benefit, what would be the benefit to going to RA?
Well, so I can I
They're
can
under
speak to that.
violation right now. They need to get the rezone and then they get a special use permit.
Okay.
This is where all the dump trucks took the dirt that were digging down on the Lee property.
Exactly.
The soft shader or whatever.
So, again, the parcel, and if I go back to the aerial, we did use a more recent aerial for this one to kind of show the property is currently the site of an active code violation, as the owner has used it as a laydown yard for construction materials. According to the submitted narrative, which is included in your packet, the applicant intends to apply for a special use permit to allow for this use if the rezoning is approved. The use is not permitted in the RP residential performance zoning district or the residential mixed conditional zoning district, and therefore they are requesting the rezoning because the use is allowable in the RA zoning district if they also then apply and receive a approved
I
special
don't
use
even know who
permit.
these people are. They didn't know that when they started those projects?
The property was found to be in violation, and our goal in code enforcement is compliance if we can reach it. And there was a path forward for this parcel to come into compliance. It's a long and challenging road to get there, but one did exist. So, we did verify today, when we verified multiple times in the past, that the laydown yard is not currently in use. It has been locked behind a gate for some time now. Just a little bit more about some of the reasoning behind the recommendation. As you'll see on this map, there is quite a significant area of the proposed rezoning that falls under a flood zone. Without going into too much detail, this is the preliminary flood layer and not the effective flood layer. These are the maps that we've been waiting on for 5 years now, and we're going to continue to wait on for this part of the county. But again, don't want to go down that rabbit hole tonight. But just again, there are environmental encumbrances. Both National Wetland Inventory and Division of Coastal Management have identified preliminary wetlands on the subject parcel as well. Any development would have to come into compliance with wetlands regulations as applicable under the Army Corps of Engineers. A public notice, again, was provided in accordance with Pender County UDO. Existing zoning, as you'll see down here in the orange crosshatched area, this is the Sparrows Bend community. Burrito Shack is down here, for those of you who might know it by that landmark. And then the sandy color is the residential performance zoning district again. Existing land use, most of the subject parcel is the site of the active code violation, the laydown yard. Again, Sparrows Bend, single-family neighborhood, other single-family neighborhoods along Hoover Road, in addition to vacant land. Compliance with the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan. Now the comp plan is not intended to be parcel specific, that map. Both the regional mixed use and the medium density residential future land use types far exceed the level of intensity that is being asked for in the rural agriculture zoning district. So the conflict actually comes from, believe it or not, from the proposal not being dense enough to follow what the adopted vision for this area is. However, it does achieve consistency with one goal and two policies because one, there's something to be said for transition areas between different developments, and two, there are environmental encumbrances upon this land that perhaps suggest that high-density projects are not appropriate in this area. Again, UDO requires that it be evaluated for utilities, traffic and roadway, and schools. Public water service is available through Pender County Utilities, as well as Plurus of Hampstead. They both, those two entities together, serve the Sparrows Bend community. Any final zoning is contingent upon review and approval by all local and state agencies. Traffic and roadways. Subject property is at the end of Thrush Trail, which is a currently private road, but it is platted as a public right-of-way and would be intended to be turned over in the future. Obviously, traffic on that roadway is not really available at this time because the homes on this roadway are still under construction at this time. Hoover Road right now is only at 20% of its full capacity. However, surely that will change once the Hampstead bypass comes into play, and there will become an interchange right about there. Schools, there's no development proposal, so no direct impact to the schools can be forecasted. However, it is a reduction in density compared to what would be allowable there now, and so therefore, if there's any impact on schools, it would be less than what the by right zoning would theoretically allow.
Which is what, 1 acre?
RP is,
No, I was talking about the.
RA is 1 unit an acre. Yes, sir. So again, just to wrap up, application is for all of a portion of 2 tracts totaling approximately 6.5 acres. Staff is recommending approval, and the planning board recommended approval as well. Again, staff can answer any questions. I do want to point out, again, in all general use rezonings, that any one particular use is not an evaluative criteria that staff or the planning board or the commissioners would use to evaluate rezoning cases. Rezoning criteria is laid out in statute. Violation status is also not listed in the criteria as well.
Any questions for staff? How many sign-ups do we have for this?
3, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who are they?
We have the applicant, his attorney, and his engineer. Which one wants to go first?
Actually, is there anyone, there's no one else signed up?
Nope.
So just the ball team is here?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, this is actually, are you?
Mr. Pete Myers, but
Pete
it's both of ours, really.
Yeah, that's what I thought, it's your backyard. So I'll, if you have no questions for, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Just, just a little caveat, bear in mind that, yeah, this is a road to them cleaning up a violation that they should have known ahead of time, but at the same time, it is noteworthy, I think, that the density is actually lessened for this piece of property. So that's not a bad thing right now. I'll make the motion for approval.
Second it. We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks.
You will see this parcel again here within the next couple months. For the
Okay.
special use permit.
No, you're fine.
Chairman, since it's a special use permit, we need to affirm the.
Yeah, folks, the attorney's gonna swear you in.
Well, I'm gonna affirm so that we don't have to violate social distancing and touch the same Bible. So, if you wish, you can stand where you are. If you think you may wish to give testimony, if you're not sure, but you think you may, you need to be affirmed at this point. If you're not affirmed now, you will not be able to speak later. You all solemnly affirm upon your oath that the testimony you give this evening be the truth. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. I am going to be going over the special use permit today, known as the Gardens of Southeastern North Carolina. The applicant is David Johnson of Johnson Family Farm Holdings, who is the owner. There are 2 tracts associated with this special use permit, totaling 164.69 acres, of which the proposed development is proposed on approximately 29.34 acres. The subject property is located on the east side of Johnson Nursery Road and is approximately 0.78 miles west of the intersection of US Highway 117 and Interstate 40. The proposed property is located in the Union Township. Currently, the property is zoned RA, and there are a number of uses, so if you have any questions, please stop me and I'll be happy to clarify those uses for you. The first use is an art instruction, museum, historical sites, and similar institutions, other services, limited service eating place, full service restaurant, drinking place, miscellaneous store retail, building retail and leasing, and promoters of performing arts, sports, and similar events. All of those requested uses are permitted in the RA via a special use permit. So the first one that I'm going to go over is the art instruction. That is actually going to be, and it was in the narrative, as a bouquet class. so going from a cutting garden to teach how to actually make bouquets. Historical sites, museums, and similar institutions, this is mostly going to be recreational, as well as arboretums are also defined under that area. Other personal services is actually wedding chapels, and so they actually intend to have a wedding chapel on site. A limited service eating place is going to be a faster service or quicker eating place than the full service restaurant, and they do have a proposed bar/lounge area, so that's why it is a separate use. Miscellaneous store retail covers the existing garden center as well as a gift shop for miscellaneous items. The building rental and leasing is actually for the proposed event center and amphitheater, and that also includes the promoting of performing arts, sports, and similar events. That is basically management of those events, so when you're using those amphitheaters or such, there is somebody there to help. And again, all of those uses require the special use permit, and that's what we're considering today, just those uses. With the scope of the special use permit utilizing 8 different NCACC codes, which is our North American Industry Classification System, across approximately 29.34 acres, the applicant will submit a master development plan if this project is approved. A master development plan will provide a phase schedule and a general site plan for all buildings. The applicant will then submit a site development plan for each subsequent phase. Once the construction begins on the site development plan, the master development plan is then considered vested in accordance with the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance and state statute. This means that the final zoning required within 24 months of a special use permit being approved would be for one of the buildings in the phase, not the whole project. The special use permit and all conditions approved within shall continue to apply perpetually, and prior to issuing final zoning approval, a site development plan must be submitted and approved in accordance with all applicable provisions of the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, as well as being reviewed by the Pender County Technical Review Committee. And furthermore, the proposal is subject to all other applicable federal, state, and local permits and approvals. According to the applicant, the gardens will operate during the following business hours of 9 a.m. until dusk, Monday through Sunday. Events are proposed to be completed by 11 p.m. each night with an additional hour needed for departure and cleanup. Praise and worship is proposed to be held from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And the garden cafe is proposed to be open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Based on, and if I apologize, it is a very white background, so if you would, I did have the gardens site plan for you on person, and they were available to the public as well. So if you have any questions, again, please let me know. But based on the applicant's submitted site plan and narrative, the applicant intends to utilize the existing curb cut, which is actually right there. And we did have the Technical Review Committee review this application last Wednesday, and NCDOT did say they will need to update their driveway permit.
And what was that for?
This project, they went ahead and got the special use permit just to go to the Technical Review Committee to get the discussion rolling about what permits they'll need in the future if it were to be approved. And so the applicant may be required to conduct a traffic impact analysis in accordance with Pender County Unified Development Ordinance and NCDOT regulations, but that will be dependent on the daily number of trips as well as peak hour of those trips at the master development plan level. So it's not required at this time. And then you can see the parking a little bit more clearly here and here. So per the Unified Development Ordinance, section 7.10, surfacing standards for non-residential uses in rural agriculture allow for the loose material surfaces that are contained with permanent edging and parking blocks. The applicant has stated in his narrative that they will be utilizing pervious material for parking, although there was some discussion of possibly not utilizing pervious material at the Technical Review Committee. The applicant can speak to that after discussion with other members of the review committee. For all of the 8 proposed uses, the parking lot is required to have 100.
Excuse me, go back to that again. What,
Yes, sir.
with the
So there was
The technical review committee. Go ahead and tell me what you just said.
Yes,
again.
sir. So at the technical review committee, there was discussion about pervious material being difficult to maintain, and for such a large area, there was discussion among all members about the effectiveness and such of utilizing that.
But in the RA, doesn't it allow for that?
Yes, sir. It allows for the option to, but you're not required to utilize just loose material.
Okay, I understand. So I'm just wondering why the technical review committee would have a,
They were actually just
heartburn with
discussing,
that.
they were just discussing it. For example, some of them were discussing just the maintenance of it, and it was just a discussion. I felt it was important to mention, just because the applicant is not 100% certain anymore that he would like to pursue that route, and I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
I get it. I'm not against the applicant on that. I just didn't understand why the technical review committee would even, why it would be an issue with them.
I'm just wondering why the technical review committee's wasting time.
That was exactly where I was.
That's not their.
Well, I think
purview.
too, if I may add, pervious pavement also can have beneficial impacts from a stormwater management perspective as well.
I mean, I got all that, but that's not the TRC's job, I don't think. They do what they're supposed to do, and
That's where I was going
Yeah,
with it.
I mean,
you know, so. Anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. And so the landscaping and buffers are going to be approved with the section 8.2.7. The project boundary is, and I'll go back to this slide, there is quite a few boundaries here, just so you can see. The applicant has provided an A buffer along all of the property lines across or adjacent to the road. And the applicant has provided a B buffer along all other non-street boundaries. This is compliant with the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance for non-residential uses in residential zoning districts. The buffer plan submitted is not sufficient, though, in regards to the landscaping plan submitted for the purposes of satisfying requirements having clearly indicated name, location, and size of vegetation to be installed. However, again, the buffers are in compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance. The exact location of the required vegetation will be displayed within the required buffer locations illustrated on the master development plan and site development plan submittals. Buffer plans shall be required prior to obtaining zoning approval. The proposed project will utilize septic tanks and a well for water as well as wastewater on site. The applicant shall apply with the Pender County Environmental Health Department for septic and well permits prior to obtaining site development plan approval. And preliminary analysis indicates that the subject parcel does not contain any environmentally sensitive areas, and future development proposals shall be required to verify if any environmentally sensitive areas exist on the subject property. The subject parcels are not located within the special flood hazard area according to the 2007 flood insurance rate maps. And all applicable state and federal agency permits, including stormwater management, erosion control plan, wetlands, and NCDOT permits shall be required prior to the approval of for each phase. There have been no permits submitted at this time. The advertisements for the proposal have been placed in the Pender Topsail Post and Voice, and adjacent property owners within 500 feet of the subject parcel were notified by first-class mail, and a sign advertised the public hearing was placed on the subject property. Approval and revocation procedures for the special use permit are located in your staff packet as attachment 5, and the properties to the west and south are actually a part of Johnson's Nursery and currently operate as a bona fide farm. And the properties to the east are currently vacant, and the properties to the north are single-family homes. The subject property is zoned RA, which is rural agriculture, and according to the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, table of permitted uses, art instruction, limited service eating place, full service restaurant, drinking place, miscellaneous store retail, building, renting, and leasing, and promoters of arts, sports, and similar activities are permitted as a special use permit in the RA zoning district. The subject property is classified as rural agriculture in the Pender County 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The agriculture future land use category supports and protects Pender County's agriculture lands, and these areas are essential as part of the county's economy and agricultural heritage. Within the rural agriculture future land use category, agriculture uses are highly encouraged, and the preservation of prime farmland soils for continued prosperity of farming and forestry operations should be considered. In addition to agriculture, very low-density single-family residential developments are appropriate in these areas, and furthermore, commercial, civic, office, and institutional are considered appropriate uses when they are compatible with the existing neighborhood or can be an employment or resource for area residents. Development densities within this category is 1 dwelling unit per acre or less. The proposal is consistent with the rural agriculture future land use category due to its compatibility with surrounding rural land uses and its intention to highlight the rural characteristics of Pender County. In addition, the proposal has the ability to serve as a resource and employment opportunity for neighboring residents. In addition to being consistent with the future land use map, the proposed special use permit is also consistent with 1 objective and 8 policies within the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use, which I won't read, but they are in your packet. The proposal achieves compliance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan by preserving agriculture lands with economic development and protecting natural resources. The proposed special use permit expands the commercial development of Johnson Nursery, an agro-tourism business, and will provide a large-scale employment center to increase the jobs in Pender County. The proposed project will provide recreational opportunities to both residents and tourists. The proposed special use permit does not appear to be inconsistent with any goals, objectives, or policies within the Pender 2.0 comprehensive land use plan. Per sections 3.12.4 of the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, prior to granting any special use permit, the Board of Commissioners may stipulate such conditions and restrictions upon establishment of location or construction, maintenance, and operation of the special use, as it deems necessary for the protection of the public and to secure compliance with the standards and requirements specified in this ordinance, which in this case, a special use are granted. The Board of Commissioners shall require such evidence and guarantees as it may be deemed to assure that the conditions are stipulated and that in connection with their being and will be complied with. Potential conditions are include but not limited to, and the first 6 are general special use permit conditions, which the project shall comply with all requirements of the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance. The obligations imposed by this permit will be the responsibility of the property owner and operator and shall continue in effect for the duration of this permit. The applicant shall meet with all local, state, and federal regulations. Any violation of the conditions of this permit confirmed by the zoning administrator shall result in this permit being void if not corrected within 30 days of receipt of the notice of violation. The board order findings of fact shall be recorded with the Pender County Register of Deeds. And unless there is a request for additional time is granted or approved, otherwise as a condition of this permit, a special use permit shall expire and become void if final zoning approval has not been issued for this project within 24 months after the notice of approval of the special use permit has been served on the applicant. Planning staff recommends the following conditions. The applicant shall provide a cross-access corridor between the subject parcel and the current office for Johnson Nursery, which was borders it, per the Unified Development Ordinance Section 7.4.4. All events shall be limited to the hours of 9 a.m. and to 11 p.m. on Monday through Sunday. And due to the complexity of the project in terms of the multitude of proposed uses, the applicant shall conduct a parking study as part of the master development plan submittal to determine the maximum allowable parking spaces in accordance with section 7.10.2 of the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance. That is attachment 7. Board approval of the special use permit shall be contingent upon the completion of the parking study and shall grant authority to design the site in accordance with the parking study. That is all I have. The applicant is here with his family as well, able to answer any questions.
Take a breather.
Thanks.
That's about as thorough as I've ever heard one. Anyhow, I felt sorry for you. I wanted to just stop you about halfway through it. Anyhow,
She got through it. I'll tell you, I'm
yes,
impressed.
you did. Do you all have any questions for staff while they're up here?
I have a question,
Yes, sir.
this, I see the event center
Yes, sir.
and the, are they gonna plan on having concerts there and stuff?
I can defer that to the applicant. He'll better have an idea of what he's hoping to have at the garden center.
Yeah, it's all staged here, like a special.
Would you like to
just
ask
a concert or
applicant?
something, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on up,
okay.
David.
The event center will be used for a lot of things. Primarily, we'll focus on horticulture at the garden, so we can anticipate having some horticulture-related events there, such as training and new plants and how to take care of various things in your garden. But we think as the gardens continue to be developed, we will have wedding events there and other things related to that. I don't see, in the event center, I do not think there will be concerts in the event center itself.
Sir, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
I apologize, my name is David Johnson.
Okay, but to be fair, just because you're not gonna have that, you don't have any plans for it, this would allow for concert-type events,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
sir, and there is on the plan, there is a section for an outdoor concert area.
Right.
So by the pond, there's a little stage there, and we foresee outdoor seating on the lawn for a small concert.
I think it's a great idea, but I do have to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Lighting, noise, it is in a rural area, so, what are your plans as far as lighting is concerned?
Well, we have to be very concerned about that. And so I think that all that will be very clearly detailed when we get to the next phase of this, the master plan. There are neighbors on one side of the gardens, and we have to be very conscious of their property. And so in my mind, I have a buffer that would include a wall and vines on the wall and probably other large evergreen trees. But I think I need to also listen to what the recommendations are and what the permits are so that I'll adhere to that. But we need to be very aware of who we are and where we are so that we don't cause anybody problems.
I understand all that, it's just generally when we approve a special use permit, those conditions are already in place, of that nature.
Right.
So, and I appreciate sharing with us what you intend to do, but at the same time, that doesn't tell us tonight what precautions would be put in place or anything specific.
Yeah, I mean, because we have like general classifications of buffers, but given who you are and knowing you and your family and what you happen to do for a living, I feel pretty sure that you would probably go above and beyond any natural buffer that we have.
I'm sure that.
But, yeah, I mean, the chairman has a point. We gotta know at least a bit of them, don't we?
Well, the buffers are
Generally.
detailed on the plan.
Yeah,
They
so-
have identified the type of buffer that we're
Okay.
using. Abby can speak to that better than I can.
So,
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
oh, you're fine.
Keep
So,
that on the record.
yeah, absolutely. So, he does have the buffers labeled as A, B, those are the only two buffers for this project. So he has them right now labeled as a 15-foot A buffer and a 10-foot buffer of B or C. C is generally more stringent.
So the lighting would be below the height of the buffer then, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And one of the conditions of approval is that they are in compliance with all portions of the Pender County UDO, and section 7.11.2 says that parking lot lighting shall be shielded so that it does not cast direct light beyond the property line.
Yes.
I got it, yeah.
And that sounds good. Yeah.
But I do share your concern, and we want to be absolutely great neighbors.
And I know that, there's no doubt in my mind
as we
about
develop
that,
it.
it's just, I've seen these things pop up, and not like what you're talking about, but I've got one just down the road from me that's,
Right.
the lighting, I would've appreciated if the lighting had been angled down a little
Yes,
bit
sir.
more for their parking lot rather than in the sky.
No,
So-
I understand.
I had to make that point, that's all, and you've covered it,
And
so thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Johnson too, One potential way, if agreeable by all parties, is perhaps we add a condition of approval that instead of parking lot lighting, we say all on-site lighting.
Okay. I'm sure you all will work it out.
You also plan to have like wedding events and?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if that's what you want, we need to adjust the condition to make it say that.
Can I make a comment on that, though? I mean, I've seen the plan but I haven't studied it. And it's a good sized piece of property. If you say nothing higher than a buffer, what if you need a light a little higher, well within,
Well, and
in
I
the
don't-
middle of the property?
I don't
you know
think
what I
that's
mean?
what we were saying. I think we were saying that all lights had to be designed and set up so that they're not extended beyond the property line.
I'm
So
good
you
with
could,
that.
if you've
Right.
got
I'm
one that's
good with
taller
that.
in the middle, and obviously this is a big parcel.
Yeah,
So you
I
could
mean,
have
right.
one well above highlighting, and for security, you might well want that, but it could not extend beyond the property line.
So the current wording is good enough?
Well, I think we would adjust it so that all lighting, not just the parking lot lighting. I think that was.
That would be,
Okay.
I don't believe that there was a condition of approval that addressed lighting, so that would be a 10th condition.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's, as long as it's on the record.
After hearing about all the regulations and groups that you gotta go through, I hated to even ask that, but I mean. Good Lord.
This is a impressive, took you a while to get here, but you're doing it right, so,
Well,
looks like.
so I had a little song and dance for you to start with, but what I'll tell you is that I started Johnson Nursery in 1981, and I've had this in my mind since I began Johnson Nursery. And it started as a display garden, because we grow over 1,500 varieties of plants, and that's what we're really trying to do, is just show the diversity that we're growing. A garden by itself would be only exciting to a few people like me who really love plants. And so the rest of it is what the gardens would work better with the rest of it. If you come visit a garden and you drive all the way from Wilmington, you might as well have a place to eat lunch. And then if we have a beautiful garden, then the event center just fits perfectly with that. But my passion is about plants. And again, right here in Pender County, we have more diversity of plant material than you'll find, it's a little arrogant, than you find anywhere else. 1,500 varieties of plants. If we can put these out in the garden, that would be a nice display. I think it's gonna be real good for this area.
You know, my good friend could probably name all 1,500 of them, and probably has to be at one time or another.
He sells every one of them.
I'm more familiar with what you do maybe than what,
So-
through osmosis, so.
It's a big investment, I'm sure, and for Pender County, we need more speculation areas like that.
Did you wanna add anything? I mean, this is your turn on the floor if you would like to, you said you had something you wanted
Well-
to say.
I did, but I think it's going pretty well now, so I might just mess it up by speaking. I did want to just address the why a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I'm 64 years old, I've been doing this, since I was 26. And I think the question is, why would I want to do this now? And the first answer was the diversity question. I bought 2 hydrangeas, I'm going to tell you about them, but basically those 2 represent this huge display of hydrangeas. We have like 100 different hydrangeas, there's 2 of them. And so that's just hydrangeas. We have azaleas and gardenias, 1,500 plants. So that was one why. But the other why is talking about our core focus. Was at Johnson Nursery, it's improving lives with the Lord's guidance by providing a great plant experience. And if you were looking for a job at Johnson Nursery, I'd explain that the Lord's guidance is my faith. If you work for me, you don't have to share my faith, but I want you to know that that's what motivates me. That's what I give my success to. But our employees do not have to share my faith, but it's important that they know who we are. But the most important part of that, other than that, is improving lives. And we always think that we're trying to improve the lives of our employees first. And then after that, we talk about our customers, making their lives better and their customers. And then even our vendors are part of it. But this garden, we believe it's about improving the lives of Pender County. And I think this is something that that I would like to see happen. We can employ people there. I think that we can have something that Pender County, and we're talking western Pender County, right? I think eastern Pender County is doing pretty well. But those of us on the west, I think, I think we could benefit from something that's exciting, that would get people here. So I believe this could be something that would really improve our area. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it if it didn't. And when we talked about, lighting, if by doing this, I don't improve the lives of my neighbors, then I think I've failed somehow. I've got to be really careful about that, because something of this magnitude, it could be a problem. So I've got to be very conscious about that. But overall, I think this vision is going to be really beneficial. And that's what I really wanted to share with you all, is that I'm excited about it, and I hope that you all are too.
All right, thank you. What other sign-ups do we have?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have a number of other people that share Mr. Johnson's last name. So I'm not sure, they may or may not want to come up and speak, and we have, but consistent with trying to get others.
Okay, well, let me ask this. How many folks out here are in here to support Mr. Johnson with the nursery that have signed up to speak? Okay, is there anyone here that has some questions or opposes this? Okay, I asked. All right.
To the rest of you, don't talk them out of it. I kind of heard that thing before, yeah.
So unless there are any other questions by a commissioner, we're gonna close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move approval. I'll second. You make the motion, I'll second.
That's okay.
I'll move approval.
We have an approval and we have a second.
And that includes the addition of the
Absolutely.
additional condition 10 about the lighting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, just want to be sure we got that correct, thank you.
All right. Melissa, did you get the?
Got it. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and now we'll call the vote. Everyone approves? Thank you.
Good luck.
I appreciate it very much, but I have one little request.
Sure.
Is it appropriate for me to give Abby these 2 plants that I brought in? Is that permitted, or is that not allowed?
Well, you all have to take that outside, I think.
All right. Then I'll just leave. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Abby has done a great job working with me, and I really appreciate what Abby and her staff have done. She's been a pleasure to work with.
It's quite an impressive operation you've got here.
Mr. Johnson, if you leave them there, we'll make sure they get to a good place. How's that?
All right, folks, thank you.
In other words, you want them? Is that what you're saying?
All right, Travis, take us home.
I do want to point out that he said Abby and her staff, which is absolutely accurate, by the way. Taking us home. The last case for tonight is a zoning text amendment. Tanisha Cohen, applicant, is requesting approval of a zoning text amendment to the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance. Specifically, the request is to amend Section 3.3 rezoning, Section 3.4 conditional rezoning, and Section 4.8.1.c, number of dwelling units parentheses density, to amend the review processes for rezoning and conditional rezoning, as well as calculation of residential project density. Planning staff recommend additional amendments to Section 4.6.7 density, 4.13 conditional zoning districts, and Appendix E conditional zoning districts to ensure consistency throughout the Unified Development Ordinance. At their June 2nd meeting, the Pender County Planning Board unanimously recommended approval of the zoning text amendment with one important amendment, and that amendment was that the proposed density calculation only be applied to the conditional rezoning case type. The administrator also respectfully amends approval of the zoning text amendment as originally submitted and as amended by the planning board. Proposal was found to be consistent with the Unified Development Ordinance and with one goal, 2 objectives, and 6 policies within the Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. You've got the evaluation in your staff report. I'm going to try to, as Mr. Johnson said, kind of speak a little bit more to the why here. The text amendment is kind of a 2-parter. The first part is this conditional rezoning process. I should say from the get-go that this is language that is sourced out of the UDO update project. This language has existed for quite some time. The applicant submitted a text amendment process and or a text amendment application in accordance with our ordinance to bring forward the language that already existed as part of our draft UDO, whereas typically in a text amendment process, it's either staff bringing forward new language or it's an applicant bringing forward language that they themselves have created or sourced from another locality, for example. So again, two-parter. The first part is that the text amendment would uncouple the conditional rezoning process from the existing general use zoning districts. This will permit applications for entirely custom zoning districts in which an applicant may propose any set of uses, any set of dimensional standards, and vegetative buffering for consideration and approval. Conditional rezonings, as the board knows at this point, are without a doubt the most intense development process that someone can go through in Pender County and really across the state. In our ordinance, public input meetings are required prior to planning board hearings, as well as hearings with the planning board and with the commissioners before approval can be granted. What this will do, and the gardens is actually a fairly decent example of what the point of this is. Mr. Johnson just happened to luck out where everything he wanted to do on his property was already permitted via special use permit in the RA district. But had there been anything that he wanted to do that wasn't permitted in the RA district at all, there would have been really no way to make the entire site work the way that he wanted. The sum result of this part of the text amendment is that there's not going to be, well, I say not going to be, there's going to be very, very, very few instances in which an applicant meets with planning staff and we tell them that there is no way that what they want to do is possible. There's always going to be this conditional rezoning as a backup to allow for these custom projects or these ideas, innovation, creativity that hasn't been considered by the county before. The tool doesn't exist in our UDO. We are, without a doubt, pretty excited about this particular change and interested to see what the development community and what people come up with in response to these changes. The second part is an amendment to the density calculation. Now again, as recommended by the planning board and also recommended by staff, this density calculation only changes when someone submits a conditional rezoning request. If they submit a regular rezoning request, if they submit a master development plan, if they submit a by right residential project, if they submit a by right commercial project, this does not come into play. Our current density calculation, which is this crazy jumble of words, is what guides it.
Travis, now I'm gonna ask this rhetorical question,
Sure.
just to get it on the record. Any property can be rezoned.
Yes, it
by
can.
somebody that doesn't own it.
Yes.
Somebody could, if I didn't like my neighbor, I could sell these planning board and 3 of the 5 commissioners, and I could get somebody I don't like property rezoned. However, a conditional rezoning does not fall under that.
Correct. And I will say to that too, and I don't have the specifics of this in front of me, but there's actually been changes to general statute which very much limit the ability of a non-property owner to submit a rezoning.
Just
on property
speaking
in general.
hypotheticals here.
But yes, a conditional rezoning also, just as an added protection, involves a fair bit of upfront investment before you even submit the application to meet the standards of detail that you have to have in order to have a valid submittal. So, is there any other questions on that front? Okay. So again,
I'm just trying to get the answers to some of the questions on
Gotcha.
there.
10-4. The density calculation kind of changes the conception of how we think about density. Currently, we think about density in terms of very general units per acre. So 4.8 units per acre, 3.7 units per acre. The proposed density calculation switches it to kind of a maximum dwelling unit. So there's much less of this kind of nuanced, acres in non-residential development, total wetland acreage, acreage in right-of-way and parking areas. I mean, it's all very site-specific, and it's all very, it's a lot of detail. The maximum dwelling unit figure, you've got this piece down here, which I'll be upfront and say it's the controversial part of it. Acres in resource conservation areas count for half of your maximum zoning district density. And so what that means is that, again, talking about conditional rezonings, one of the things that you submit is what your maximum density is. So say I submit a development project where my maximum density is 10 units an acre. Well, in order to come up with a maximum dwelling unit figure for that parcel, any acreage that's in a wetland, the 100-year floodplain, or the 500-year floodplain is multiplied by half, and you get half credit for each of those acres. So instead of 10 units for each of those acres, you get 5. Everything else that's not in one of those 3 areas, and there's no overlap there either. It's all.
So you're saying the 100-year and 500-year carry the same calculation?
They do. They do.
There's a rub. Yeah.
And then every other, all other acreage counts for the full, whatever it is, the density that you submit.
So who comes up with the calculation?
The applicant does. Well, I'm not sure I understand the question.
The calculation where you've got the conservation area.
Right.
Who comes up with that part of the calculation?
The applicant would submit a jurisdictional wetlands determination.
Now, I mean, who creates this formula by which they would submit and comply to?
Staff created the formula as part of the UDO update project.
Why would we give the same amount of value to a 100-year and a 500-year floodplain whenever your density could actually be different in those?
Well, so one of the important things to remember with the density calculation is that it's only a calculation. There's no regulation in terms of how you can design a site that's tied to it. What we were looking at in terms of these resource conservation areas were areas that could potentially be hazardous for development. There's a lot of extra stuff that's still in the draft UDO and will probably stay like that forever. About resource conservation areas and regulations that mandate how you design a site and where you can put things within your site plan depending on whether you're in a floodplain or not. None of this touches on that. The resource conservation areas and it applying equally to wetlands, 100-year flood and 500-year flood is down to one, simplicity, and two, the fact that we've seen multiple storm events recently that have far exceeded the 100-year floodplain mark.
So you can't, well, I'm going to drift off course just a second.
That's fine.
You can't build in a 100-year floodplain.
No, there is nothing about this that says
So
that.
why would that even be a part of the calculation?
Represents a change in priorities. Instead of removing non-residential development acreage, instead of removing wetlands completely, instead of removing acreage in right-of-way and parking areas and removing active and passive open space, we're trying to, one, incentivize development on parcels that are not at all environmentally encumbered by wetlands or floodplains, and two, respond to the fact that development is still going to occur in potentially hazardous areas, but to try to lessen the impact of that to the extent that is possible. Again, nothing about this has any impact on how you design a site. You could have a conditional rezoning proposal. I'm not saying you should do this, but you could if you wanted to. Under this proposal, you could design a site and come up with a maximum dwelling unit figure and then put every single one of those dwelling units in the 100-year floodplain. If you wanted to do that, that is your right to submit that project. And if you can get it approved, then congratulations, you have an approved project. Again, this only applies if you ask for it to apply to you through the conditional rezoning process.
Go ahead.
Just a brief statement on intent. One, the intent of this particular feature of the UDO update, really the UDO update as a whole, is to implement the Pender 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which was adopted by this board in August 2018, to incentivize and not punish mixed-use development. Right now, the density calculation removes all non-residential development acreage from the calculation. So there's no incentive to do that. If you can submit your own dimensional standards in a conditional rezoning project, then you have the ability to cluster your units away from or in areas other than your non-residential areas, and it allows you to pursue commercial type development without getting punished for it. The comprehensive land use plan is very forthright in its desire to incentivize and make mixed use development possible. But the way our density calculation works, it only really works if you put residential on the ground floor and then, or if you put commercial on the ground floor and then residential above it. That's a very urban way of thinking, and it's not something that we've seen really any interest in Pender County up to this point. The mixed-use projects we're seeing are much more like Blake Farm, for example, where there is a commercial component up at the front along the highway and then residential components behind it on separate parcels.
Hold on one second.
Given what the past week was, kind of had a light bulb come on my head since we're sitting here. Normally I got it. I've got all the light bulbs on before I come in here for a topic, but this was a little bit, I needed to hear your presentation of what I was trying to read. Sometimes that sinks in better than my eyes glazing over late at night.
Sure.
But having heard what I've heard, I'm not against it, but there's a couple things, Mr. Chairman, and is that we don't have a full board tonight. That's for good reason. We have two commissioners out, and they're out for very good reasons. I'd like to have more of a board together. I still want to hear everything that you got to say in your presentation. I don't believe the sky's going to fall if we don't vote on this tonight. Because also, another thing that I'd like to see is you can't take this show on the road, so to speak, but I don't know why we couldn't potentially have groups of, maybe ask some of our folks that are coming out against this, maybe they think it's broader than what it is. Maybe we can host a webinar for certain groups or something like that on why we're doing what this is and what really applies.
I actually I presented to the Cape Fear Realtors Government Affairs Committee last week on this very topic.
I knew you had met with somebody. I didn't want to put, but
I will say on the surface,
yeah.
I can see, well, what you're going after here actually gives more benefit to them because you're using property you couldn't really use
Correct.
to live on, but you're using it in the calculation. So this is where the rub is for me. I see that, and I hear you, and I agree that if I were in the person's shoes who's looking at this project or trying to make this happen, I would want that calculation just on the basis it could help me out with my density on the rest of the property. But at the same time, it's that 500-year floodplain that just chafes me,
It's more than a four-letter word to a lot of people when you
Yeah.
mention anything with UDO and 500-year floodplain.
That's certainly true, and
it's not applying here like I think a lot of people think
I
it is.
think this kind of a lot of people are misled, I think, here, because listening to you tonight, it does kind of clear it up a little bit, but at the same time, it's hard. I want people that may not understand it to understand a little better, but at the same time, is there something we could do with that 500-year?
Well, I mean, we can certainly take a look at it. If the board, the board has multiple options in front of them tonight. They could table it and to the next commissioners meeting, or they could potentially send it back to the planning board for their additional review as well. The planning board there was a request made at the planning board meeting on June 2nd, albeit at probably 10:45 at night, to remove the 500-year floodplain from the calculation. as originally submitted, this density calculation was going to apply countywide, every development project. It was gonna change density across the entire thing. And what the planning board decided to do, and the motion was very specific in this regard, was instead of removing the 500-year, they greatly reduced the level of impact that this density calculation is going to have by applying it to only the conditional rezoning case type. It's still consistent with what the applicant wanted to do and what they wanted to get out of the proposal, and it was still something that planning staff felt they could recommend approval of. If for nothing else, then in addition to all the benefits it's going to give, it's also an opportunity to do a trial run and try these things. You know, the UDO is always intended to be a living document. It's supposed to change and adapt to things as they change over time. And even since the UDO was put on hold in September, we've been through a lot of change just since then. So I can provide
I'm not being critical at all
Sure.
of why we're here or the presentation. I got it. I just, I wish we had at least 4 or all 5 of us here so they could hear, because they could see, hear the presentation, or they might be better than me or more depth at deciphering all of it on their own without the presentation. But
How do you feel about just sending it back to the planning board and then letting it come back to the commissioners? I mean, I don't wanna just kick it to the curb because we don't have
I
5
feel
people.
like we
but
send it
this-
back to the planning board, then it's almost doing that, or I may be wrong. I would just, personally for me, I'd like to have a little bit more time to maybe try to educate some people on it.
Sure.
Of why we're here and what we're here, and it's not that you're trying to send it to the entire UDO. It's somebody has to request to put themselves in this position when you boil it down, right?
Yes, someone has to, there's no requirement
But
to
there
ask
might be
for it.
somebody thinking, well, they should be able to request to get in this position, and the 100-year only apply, and nothing to do with the 500. So, I mean,
Well, since the planning board was so specific on their, maybe that's a waste of time to do that.
I don't know. I'll go along whatever you want to do.
They've already approved it one time.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't wanna drag it out.
Yeah, I don't wanna drag it out either, but at the same time, this is a lot for 3 people to make a decision on.
Oh yeah, the applicant is here, by the way.
But really, you don't have anything to do with that aspect of it, I don't think.
Well, I mean,
But if you would like to come up and speak, that's
yeah, I mean,
fine.
I understand why we're here with a particular applicant, but this applies to so much more than a particular applicant, but he's come all the way over here.
Come on up, especially if you wanna speak.
I didn't even recognize you there, Michael, with the mask on the face.
All right.
Mike Gallant, 756 Cochran Street, Surf City, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Steve and Tanisha Cohen, who are here requesting this text amendment. The project they're looking at has no wetlands on it, no 500-year flood zone on it, no 100-year flood zone on it. So we don't have a dog in the hunt as far as the calculation goes. We went to planning board and we got unanimous approval by the planning board. And in that unanimous approval, it was decided that the calculation would only apply to conditional rezoning, so you would have to come and ask for it. And if you did that, it would be under the stipulations of this calculation. After we got that approval, we were contacted by some groups in the community who had concerns specifically about the term, the 500-year
I'm sure
flood
you
zone.
were.
Yes, we were. Our intention was never to rub anybody the wrong way. We're trying to move forward our project. I would prefer not to send this back to planning board or to table this. Mr. Cohen just returned from deployment in the military. They're from Cary, and we'd like to move forward this project as soon as we can. That said, we realize there's people here who have concerns about that, who would like to speak, and we encourage them to speak. Basically, the language in the text amendment that's been submitted and approved by the planning board, in the commentary section, it's on page
I believe it's 58 or 65 of the PDF. Basically, in the commentary, it says, for the purposes of calculating density for conditional zoning districts, resource conservation areas consist of land within the 100-year floodplain, the 500-year floodplain, jurisdictional wetlands regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers. That's the definition. That's the only place the definition appears. The definition of resource conservation area, to my knowledge, does not appear in the current UDO. We would be amenable to changing that language to removing the 500-year floodplain out of it. To us, it doesn't matter if it was left in or taken out for our project. It has no impact on us. But we need to move forward with our project, and so we respectfully ask you to consider making that decision. We'd be fine with taking that out.
Well, I understand the only reason I considered sending it back to the planning board is because if you do change the language, they probably need to take a look at it with changing the language. That would only be fair to them, I guess, under these circumstances. But at the end of the day, we make that decision. It doesn't have to go back to the planning board.
If we approved it one time.
I know that.
I think even if they approve it, you're still going to have to.
Yeah.
We're still gonna have to make a decision on it, yes.
Buck stops here.
Yeah.
And actually, it was my understanding that they were, when we first had the first go-through, and it was going to apply to all projects, they were worried about having that 500-year flood zone language apply to all projects. And then I think Laura Thurman came up with the idea of just applying it to CZ conditional zoning only, and that was amenable to everybody. And we were happy with that because our project can move forward.
Well, it doesn't affect your project.
It does not. And, frankly, there's not that much land in the county that's specifically 500-year flood zone. And I understand, staff's concerned with that also. We're just trying to get on down the road.
I understand where you are. It is conditional use. So Mr. Attorney, conditional use, doesn't really matter what conditions you meet.
Well,
You don't have 3 commissioners vote to rezone it, it's not going to get rezoned. I mean, I'll take it down the road.
Part of the issue with conditional use, and this is my legal interpretation, there are gonna be people that differ with it, but you don't ever have to approve a conditional use rezoning because you can propose conditions that the applicant can't live with. And if you don't mutually agree on conditions, there's no approval. So that was part of why I suggested it be just conditional use is, well, that would get it there. Again, it's only voluntary, and I think Mr. Gallant knows how much I respect him and the work he does, but it is not good practice to amend a zoning ordinance that applies to every piece of land in the county for one project.
Yeah.
That is, I think that Travis would agree from a professional planning standpoint, you don't want to amend your entire UDO for one piece of property. Mr. and Ms. Cohen, I'm not trying to, I hope you understand, but that's just as a professional, I also think I need to join in with that. That starts, you get piecemeal. And just like, when, as Travis said earlier, but it kept me from having to say it, anytime it's a general use rezoning, it's anything that's, if you rezone it to that, it's anything that applies there, unless you do have a conditional use type situation. So that's the same thing of it doesn't matter, no offense, to their project is irrelevant. Your decision is, does this amendment as it stands applying to every piece of property in the county, is that good, is that better or not? And again, I know why he came forward with this, because he needed to get it done, and I think Travis it's not that planning is not in support of it, it's just that you can't focus on one project, because it doesn't apply to just one project. It applies to every project.
Yeah, and I realize that. That's the reason why, I was okay with them coming up and speaking, but this is not just about his project.
Right,
Excuse me if I may, Steve Cullen here. Good evening, everybody. Quick question, and forgive my ignorance on the topic, but the conditional rezoning, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it was stated that it's a case-by-case basis, is that correct? And if it is the verbiage or the vernacular in this, because we're not even part of, this parcel's not even part of the 100 or 500 year flood zone, because it's a conditional rezoning, it's only for this single parcel. So we're not talking about changing the verbiage or, you know, the vernacular for the entire UDO. We're trying to,
Sir, no, it changes it for every piece of property in the county.
It might wanna might wanna go for a conditional use.
okay.
So that's what he meant. The odds of everybody coming up wanting a conditional use are, you know, that's what he meant by that. But, you know, is there something as simple as meeting that, or that it applies when applicable? I mean, if there's a piece of property and it has no floodplains on it whatsoever, then it doesn't apply.
Well, it doesn't apply in this case, he doesn't have any.
I'm just saying, and anybody else down the road that doesn't have the 100 or 500 year, it wouldn't apply to them.
But for the folks that would have
It would apply to them.
500, it would apply to them, and that's
There's the
that's
road
where we're
again.
at right here. It's not just about his project, is we have to look at this, if we pass this, it applies to anybody else that comes up that has 500 or 100 year.
Well, I started going down this path again. I'm not against, I'm not against this at all. And if we could, I hate to ask somebody to wait till another month. But I mean, you know, I just like a chance to, try to vet and educate people a little more, if nothing else, if we can't come up with any other way. I mean, I support the rezoning.
So-
I'm not against that. I mean, I open to suggestions.
Sure.
People here from, who are concerned about 5 years of this, we'd like to hear from them, their concerns, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we need to hear other signees, I guess.
Yeah, do we have some other signed up?
We do, Mr. Chairman, I just wasn't sure, I mean, if the board's, regardless, I wasn't sure if you weren't gonna decide with 3, then did it make sense?
Everybody's here, let's go ahead and hear from them.
Okay. I don't know, Alan, you wanna go, or, I don't know, Allison, whichever.
Good evening, Commissioners and Trey Thurman. I'm Alan Toll. I'm an attorney down in Wilmington, North Carolina. I do own property here in Pender County on Moores Creek in Miss Newton's territory. I'm also the de facto head of what is known as the Pender's Patriots Alliance. And that's a group of 57 landowners who came together last year when the draft UDO was proposed. And we had gone through it in detail. I'm sure you commissioners had your emails and phones burned up by a lot of those members. But those members own about 60% of the developable land in Pender County that is not owned by public entities. It's a large number. You need to know that the largest percentage and the largest acreage is not owned by developers. It's owned by the timber companies such as the Corbetts and the Camerons. It's owned by farmers. We represent 50 plus farmers just under one entity that's a subdivision. And Trent Talbert, who's president of the Farmers Bureau, is an active member of this. The biggest concern that this Pender County Alliance had was this 500-year flood zone and the unintended consequences it would have on property that wasn't even being considered being developed now, but down the road. And I beg to differ with Mr. Gallant. His plan is excellent. I don't know why the 500-year flood zone is even mentioned in his plan. It's not needed. But the difference between a 100-year flood zone to a 500-year flood zone affects about 60% of the property. I just talked today to Bill Moss, who is in charge of Wilbur Corbett's trust on some beautiful acreage in Pender County. He has great ideas on what to do with. But if 500-year flood zone goes into that, which means one dwelling per acre, you're denying a lot of people down the road even the opportunity to live in one of the best areas that still has access to the intercoastal, that still has water access. You go beyond that, you're talking about the farmers who, one of the things they do, and the tough stuff they do is, I'm barely scratching living, but guess what I'm gonna leave my kids? A legacy, because sooner or later this property will be valuable. And then you're gonna change the 500-year to say 1 acre, when it could be something else. Mixed use doesn't even touch the property in the western part of the area. You heard what Mr. Johnson said, it's a different animal. So the concerns that this alliance had, and the reason we'd asked for a steering committee is, there's a lot of unanswered questions, and it's difficult. You take a look at that, I understand why the planning department wants to kind of push this through and to get this in there, and it's almost through the back door. I mean, seriously, if Allison hadn't been at the meeting and contacted me and said there's something about the resource commission, resource area, and the nobody would have known. And of course, it's out there. It's in the Pender Post. But I mean, it's not like, as someone recommended, get the people there, talk through it. That's why from day one, I've been advocating, let's have a steering committee. In fact, I had 3 meetings with Travis Henley, and right before he left, he reluctantly came on board.
This is Travis here.
Oh, excuse me, with Kyle Brewer.
Yeah.
Kyle Brewer, before he left. And he reluctantly came on board, and we came up with a series of names, and then the next week he was gone. So while that's being tabled, I really think that we need to have an education process. If I'm wrong, and it's not gonna affect these people's property, they need to know, but there are a lot of property owners in your area.
And to be fair, I think your opinion of coming in the back door is wrong. I do not think the staff was trying to get something in the back door. I think when you look at the formula they're using here and the fact they've got it in there, it probably gives some advantage to the person utilizing the property by including that in the formula. Actually lets them use, it adds to their benefit of the property. The problem for me is that by using it at all, it brings it back into play again. I wanted it out of play. I want the 500-year floodplain out of play. At the end of the day, I don't even want to touch that one. So I don't think staff was doing anything to try to bring something in the back door. But I mean, that was your opinion.
And I appreciate your comment on that. And I would say we are unanimous on this. We don't want the 500-year floodplain in play. But I appreciate what you said. But
Thank
we're
you.
more than willing to sit down and to meet and to be educated as to how it would affect these people who do not have the multi-use or but as Mr. Thurman said, when you go county-wide like this, it affects everybody. It's not just this one area. And it's not needed for this project. This is a great design project, if you look at it. Doesn't even need to have that language in it for you all to approve the project. So that's what our concern is.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Who else do we have?
Sure.
Or should I wait till those in opposition?
Yeah, if you have to probably that, yeah, just wait. Allison?
Good evening. My name is Allison Ingebretson, and I am a landscape architect and land planner with Paramount Engineering. I was the one that stood up and spoke at the planning board meeting. I am actually very much in favor of this text amendment.
Speak up some.
Perhaps this will help.
There you go.
Okay, I'm very much in favor of this text amendment. It's well-written, it does good things, I think, for Pender County. I'm excited about it as a land planner that we use this. I think it affords flexibility and creative design to a county that could use it, and we're excited about that. It's just those few little words, the 500-year floodplain, just as you've mentioned. I think those are the only things, if we could strike them, then it would be a wonderful proposition and text. Just wanted to be clear about, we're not in opposition of the entire text, and also don't want to derail these folks' project in any way, but it does apply to the entire county, which is why I felt compelled to stand up and speak at the planning board and here before you tonight. So I do want to thank you for taking the time to actually hear from us and think about what you're doing. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tyler Newman.
Good evening, I'm Tyler Newman with BASE. We're a business advocacy organization, and I cover Pender, Onslow, Brunswick, and New Hanover counties. I don't traditionally get up and speak on text amendments when it's applicant initiated, but this one I am. I wanted to encourage you to support the text amendment that was put forward by the applicant, and also their suggested change, which would just be to remove the 500-year floodplain from the equation. That's literally all they talked about for this. Allison talked about why not, and I think Travis hit the nail on the head a little while ago when he talked about some of the things that were in the UDO that might not ever see the light of day, and I think we had all hoped that 500-year floodplain was one of those. So maybe taking it off the table and moving forward and letting these folks go would be the best course of action, and letting us get back to working with staff on other ways to move the county forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Freeman? And I haven't forgotten about you, Ms. Cohen, but I'll just go in the order it was on.
Hi, I'm Kristen Freeman. I live in Wilmington. I'm a real estate broker here in Pender County. So how much of the flood area, whether it's 100-year or 500-year, how much of let's say all of Pender County, do we know how much of that is
I can
500?
answer that. Give me 1 second. Oh, you do? Okay.
And while they're looking for that, the reason that I ask is because part of the whole reason for the density calculation, it includes wetlands, it includes 500-year, and it includes 100-year. All together, before you got no credit for any wetlands, anything. So this is I cannot imagine a property that this wouldn't benefit the density to if they applied for a conditional rezoning, because whether it's wetlands or whether it's flood zone, you get a 50% credit. Most of those, if you compare the areas, and I have the maps here, but they're a little bit too small to look in detail, you probably look in the GIS system to see, almost all areas that are in flood zones are also consumed with wetlands. It's not all of them, but when you look at the general footprint of it, it's very, very similar. So you're getting a density bonus for wetlands. So I cannot imagine a project that it wouldn't benefit. Not to mention, you're also getting density bonus for. You're also getting the density bonuses for non-residential. So anything commercial, you're going to get. It's not counted against you in your density. Anything passive open spaces and parking, you're getting density bonuses. The density bonus that you'll get by being able to apply for this conditional rezoning, even with the 500 flood area in, is, I cannot imagine a project that it wouldn't benefit. Did we know? Did you?
Yeah, so based on an analysis that staff ran, thank you, Abby, the total acreage in the county that is not within municipal limits or extraterritorial jurisdictions is 563,870 acres. We used the preliminary flood maps because the 500-year floodplain was more extensive at a total of 18,637 acres, which is a roughly 3% of the county.
And is there any way to be able to tell how much of that is in areas of wetlands?
I can do further analysis of that. That also does include the game lands as well.
That's such a small amount of area, so I get everyone's position of not wanting to see it in there, but it's such a small thing for this, for conditional rezonings. I'm not saying any other rezoning, but for conditional rezonings, it's so small. The benefits that everyone is gonna share from the density calculations, the way this is written, are gonna far surpass that. And I'm not sure, but he said, I know Mr. Toll said that 60% of the land wasn't gonna be developable. I just don't see how that's possible when we're talking about 18,600, then 18,000 number, and that's not even taking into account for wetlands. Cause you would have to agree, probably at least half of that has wetlands on it too. So now we're talking about 9,000 acres that wouldn't, is it 9,000 acres we're talking about here?
It's 18,000.
But
Total.
like, so let's say the wetlands,
Sure.
oh,
I mean, yeah, we haven't run that analysis.
or,
but
okay,
sure.
or even if it was 18,000 acres out of, I just cannot imagine, who that wouldn't benefit. The Cohens filed this, text amendment in March. Mr. Cohen got deployed and is actually back between these two times, and they really have, waited a long time. They've come all the way down from Cary and, put
Yes,
a lot
ma'am,
into this.
We understand, and I'm very sorry about that. But because that piece of property is captured up with this language, we've got to consider the other side of this too. So, thank you for your time. Who else do we have?
Tanisha Cohen?
I don't know what else to say. I'm Tanisha Cohen, but really, it's just my husband and me. We've got 4 kids. This is our first time trying to do something like this. My brothers have lived in Wilmington for over 15 years, so we've come this way a lot. So whatever's best for the county, really. We just kind of would like to see this pass so we can try to move forward with the project. But you guys are the boss, so just keep us in mind next month if this is the route it goes. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the context, we've talked a lot about the project. The context here in terms of why we ultimately came to this path forward, the result of multiple discussions between myself and the applicants and Ms. Freeman and Mr. Gallant, and talking about the idea behind the project that they want to do. And what they want to do is not possible under the UDO as it is currently written. There is no way to make it happen.
So you're saying that if the 500-year language was not in there, this project would not be possible
Yeah,
for them?
I mean, the 500-year, floodplain is not really relevant to their particular project and the parcel they are looking at. Again, knowing that it's not really relevant, but the impetus behind it was that there is no way to do what they want to do, but we already had language that already was written that would have allowed them to draw up the project and submit it for ultimately the commissioner's approval. Well, this was seen, again, after multiple discussions and meetings as the path of least resistance.
I understand.
And we've been, in terms of, I do want to speak to the UDO update just very briefly. When we put the project on hold, when Kyle announced his resignation, and I've only been permanent director for a month and a few days at this point, and I'm still down a senior planner. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. So if we're going to move this forward, the draft UDO, which we fully intend to, one, there will be a steering committee involved, and two, it is going to move incredibly slowly for the first probably 8 or 9 months at least. So, in terms of the education and everything on that front, it will happen. I learned a lot of lessons going through the UDO update and being involved from day one. And believe me, those lessons have been learned, and they are up here.
I have a question then. Like you said, we do this tonight, it's only applicable to conditional rezoning. can we also have a, you know, as part of a motion that staff agree in this meeting and that the majority of the commissioners in this room, which is a more than majority, and the manager understands, and the assistant manager understands, and staff understands, that when it applies to the rest of the UDO, that we're gonna have a steering committee, because this 500-year floodplain scares the heck out of everybody. But I see the lady's point, he came up and spoke. If you're talking about as it only applies to conditional rezonings, then yeah, that shrinks the playing field. Is that, anybody in here that doesn't see that? I mean, or am I just missing it? You know,
Well,
maybe I'm missing something here.
Commissioner Williams, and again, I will take my fair share of blame for this. I was the one that suggested going just with conditional, because that was what these applicants needed.
I got that.
And it also, it does shrink the world, I mean, because any conditional rezoning that has happened in the history of the county has had to come to you,
Back here.
and you've dealt with the conditions that were there. And so it is a voluntary process. We can't go to nobody can go to an applicant and say, okay, you're gonna get conditional rezone. That's not the way it works. And so, and if the applicant doesn't like a condition, they can say, no, we'll just go with our standard zoning, we're asking for a rezoning. So that's why I suggested it, again, and I'll take full blame, and also, and I just, as a point of personal privilege, if I may, and I've known Mr. Toll since I moved to Wilmington, basically. He's almost was about to say nose under the 10, I could tell. I've known him long enough. This is not that. This was coming from an applicant trying to, again, Mr. Gallant, trying to get his clients so they could do what they wanted to do. The staff didn't initiate this. This came from again, a very well-respected engineer in my opinion, and was trying to address his client's needs. So it was, I don't want that going back. I don't want base. I don't want anybody thinking that staff is trying to no, this was trying to do it. And then when the planning board was going, hey, wait, do we really want to do this? I said, well, how about if we go to conditional, and that just shrinks it so much that then, but you know, by the time it comes up, we'll have maybe two more conditional use rezonings before hopefully the UDO, I mean, because we don't get that many in a year.
Well, teed me right up with what I was gonna say.
Okay.
In Appendix E of the UDO, which is the very last section of the UDO, every conditional zoning district is in there, kind of laid out in a very base terms. Since conditional rezonings were allowed by state statute, it's a relatively new tool.
Yeah, we hadn't had it long.
There's been 13 conditional rezonings approved by Pender County. Of those, that's going back, the first one was in 2013. Of those conditional rezonings, 3 of them have had a residential component, and only 1 of them has actually started construction, and that's Sparrows Bend. It's the only one.
Nobody's arguing that, nobody's arguing their position. I'm completely in support of what they're trying to do here. My concern is the perception it's giving to even have the 500-year floodplain in here, even though it gives more credit. It's hard for folks to understand that. The fact that we're even talking about the 500-year. And to their detriment, it doesn't, if we vote against this, because of that, it kills their project, or it kills their ability to do what they're trying to do. All I'm trying to figure out is how we allow them to do what they want to do, but yet we don't have the headache of the 500-year floodplain.
Well, if you delete the 500 years, if it's just listed 100, you're okay.
Yeah, if you just strike the words 500.
Well, he's already said that.
Right,
I mean,
I just wanna be sure, yeah.
But it's not just about his project,
Right,
because
I
if
know.
he strikes it,
But
he
we
strikes
can-
it for everything.
But we can go on that hunt another day.
That was, I wasn't sure if the board wanted to consider that, because I mean, that's a,
So what
Just drop the 500. And let's, I'm not suggesting that you give any particular group what they ask for in terms of who's on steering committees or whatever, but I think we need to explore trying to vet this 500 and help people try to understand this thing. But I understand why when you mention the 500-year plan whatsoever, that the torches and the pitchforks come out of the garages and people are ready to go march. I got that, but, you know, it's the elephant in the room.
So are you suggesting dropping that tonight?
I suggest you close the public hearing and we pursue it without the 500. That doesn't mean we can't turn around and pursue it again a month from now and try to, or 2 months from now, or try to work with Travis to help him get folks educated, so, you know,
And that's the sad thing, because we've got, I think we've got a,
I'm telling you, I like where it can go, I do, because it actually can help people
I
do
know.
stuff where they can't do it. So, I mean,
but I don't wanna kill them tonight.
I'm not gonna make them suffer for
Okay,
that.
so we're gonna close the public hearing, entertain a motion.
Make that motion official, please. That I just said, you got it, you're taking notes, right? Move for approval, back out to 500.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all those in favor, vote is unanimous. Thank you, folks. You're good.
We need to get you some help. We need to get you some help dealing with some people on what it really means. But
I'm sorry, it was a dilemma for us that had nothing to do with you.
No, it's okay, I understand, thank you so much.
Good luck.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly suggest that you bang that gavel and adjourn.
Will you entertain a motion to adjourn?
That was it.
Motion, second.
We're adjourned.